Chapter 2554. Cleansing the Marrow. Chapter 2554. Cleansing the Marrow. Originally, obtaining a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, second prince was already satisfied. But now, with the others serving as a foil, 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was useless. Unappetizing and yet not bad enough to be thrown away. Why? Don't want it? If you don't want it, you can return it to me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Second prince hurriedly took it back, thickened his skin, and said, Want? Why won't I want it? Haha. Yi Yuan said, Why, I gave you 7th grade, you have a score in your heart. If not looking at the account of Brother Lu's face, forget about 7th grade, there won't even be 1st grade. Since you gambled on me, then you should have the most basic trust. I don't like people who only pursue interests. Finished saying, he turned to Lu Yun again and said, Brother Lu, this heavenly pill is for you. If you don't want it, you can destroy it. But I don't want it to be used on others. Lu Yun's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already seen through his intentions. He was currently planning in his heart to give his own 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill to second prince after returning. Second prince was depressed. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slap. Why did he have to speak out of turn at that time? His mouth really owed a beating. 1 sentence and 2 grades were gone. Really expensive. But after sending everyone away, Yi Yuan took out a wooden box. A golden foundation establishment heavenly pill was placed inside. It was just that the aura of this heavenly pill was different from the rest. It was a golden pill but did not have a dazzling light. The 9th grade golden pills that Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu and the others were all dazzling to the eyes, their aura imposing. But this one was extremely restrained. Restrained like it was not a 9th grade golden pill. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he muttered to himself, Foundation establishment heavenly pill, I finally reached the realm of grand completion. Wonder what kind of effect this grand completion realm 9th grade golden pill will have. This foundation establishment heavenly pill was not an ordinary 9th grade golden pill, but a 9th grade golden pill that returned to one's original simplicity after reaching the realm of grand completion. A year had already passed, since the wager with Lin Lan. This 1 year, Yi Yuan did nothing and put all of his energy into the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Finally, the closed seclusion this time, he advanced the foundation establishment heavenly pill to grand completion. These few years, through the legacies that Gu Mao left behind as well as the exchanges with heavenly alchemists such as Jiang Yu, Yi Yuan discovered the special aspects of the foundation establishment heavenly pill. The most basic heavenly pill but also the most consolidated heavenly pill. Foundation was the root of heavenly stratum powerhouses. As the saying went, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. This foundation was the step. Therefore, Yi Yuan spent decades of effort all on this one medicinal pill. The intention was self-explanatory. Cultivating the foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion, when Yi Yuan attempted to refine other medicinal pills, it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The most basic refining technique of heavenly pills, a very large part of it was in this foundation establishment heavenly pill. When the heavenly pill entered the abdomen, a warm current flowed in the meridians. Suddenly Yi Yuan's mind shook. He felt that there was something seeping out little by little. This grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill was like a high-pressure hydraulic pump, scouring his meridians continuously. And this force even penetrated into his bone marrow. Cleansing the marrow. Advancing to heavenly stratum, the human body seemed to have reached the extreme. The difficulty of wanting to cleanse the marrow again was too high. But this grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill did it. No idea how long had passed. Said Aether, there was an additional pile of black mud around Yi Yuan. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, shaking all the grime on his body away. Then, he flicked his sleeves grandly and cleared this pile of black mud away. Yi Yuan felt wild ecstasy in his heart. He felt like he was completely reborn. This cleansing of the marrow did not have much improvement on his strength, but it seemed to make him a little closer to this heaven and earth. Although it was just that tiny bit. He immediately shouted, "Shao Qi, have Tang Yu fetch me the prenatal cloud stone." With Yi Yuan suddenly wanting the prenatal cloud stone, Tang Yu father and son and Jiang Yu were both alarmed. All of them arrived at the closed seclusion place, wondering what happened. One point this sort of thing, did it still need to be measured again? What happened, big brother? Why did you suddenly want to test affinity? Tang Yu asked curiously. Yi Yuan said rather agitated, "It's nothing. I just want to test it." Tang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Big brother, affinity is innate. It can never be changed. Even if you try again, it's impossible for affinity to increase too." While talking, Yi Yuan already placed his palm on the prenatal cloud stone. The prenatal cloud stone emitted a faint light. That was right, it was a faint light. If not for being in this dark room, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. But it was precisely this bit of light that made Tang Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Back then, when Yi Yuan tested his affinity, he saw with his own eyes that there was no reaction at all. Outside all said that Yi Yuan was 1 point affinity, but actually Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 1 point at all. It was virtually close to 0. But now, the prenatal cloud stone actually gave off light. Tang Yu's eyes nearly popped out and he said in shock, how is this possible? Affinity. Big brother, you actually have affinity now? Jiang Yu also felt his breath. Staring fixedly at the prenatal cloud stone, he cried out in surprise, "It moved! The scale moved! It Serpa. S said 1 point. Yi Yuan's affinity was slowly rising. First was Serpa. S sing 1 point. Then, it slowly pas said 2 points. Finally, it stopped at 3 points. 3 points. Tang Yu cried out strangely and almost jumped up. He exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother! Why your affinity rose to 3 points?" In his agitation, Tang Yu's tongue was knotted when he was talking. 3 points affinity was naturally nothing. In fact, it did not even cross the threshold. But Yi Yuan rose from close to 0. Yi Yuan had a bright smile. He was very satisfied with this number. 3 points, even to the most rubbish heavenly alchemist, they turned their noses up at it in disdain too. But Yi Yuan yearned for it. The handicap of affinity on his alchemy was seriously too great. Even if he cultivated the foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion, he still felt that the road ahead was vague. But 3 points was absolutely a qualitative change to Yi Yuan. Previously, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter blind man, unable to see anything. But now there was finally a faint light that entered his eyes. This step was absolutely a vital step to his path of alchemy. More importantly, affinity could be improved. He didn't expect to actually have such a harvest. What an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement and immediately practiced alchemy. He was already too impatient to wait. Sure enough, the moment he started, it was immediately a lot easier. Although it was still a S of chaos in the heavenly medicines, by relying on his powerful alchemy instinct, it was more than 10 times easier for Yi Yuan to refine pills than before. A 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was refined by him very quickly. Miracle! A true miracle! I didn't expect that affinity can actually be increased. 3 points are nothing to others, but to younger brother Yi, it's simply akin to adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Yu exclaimed. Chapter 2555. Waiting for your apology. Chapter 2555. Waiting for your apology. Shao Qi pays respect to His Highness, eldest prince. In the private room of a wine shop, Shao Qi kowtowed respectfully to Eldest Prince. Eldest Prince smiled and said, "Get up, you're my sister-in-law now. You don't need to be so formal." Shao Qi slowly got up and said respectfully, "Shao Qi thanks Eldest Prince for taking care of Big Sister." Shao Qi's elder sister worked as a maid in the royal palace. But now, she became Eldest Prince's concubine. This was equivalent to transforming from a swallow into a phoenix. This favor, Shao Qi had no choice but to accept it. Eldest Prince had always wanted to make his way into the Tang family and spy on the progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation. Who would have expected that the Tang family had long already become a monolithic block? Even if he made his way in, he could not come into contact with Yi Yuan too. Later, Eldest Prince found another path, and actually discovered that Shao Qi's elder sister was a palace maid in the palace. Furthermore, her life was not easy. Hence, he simply married Shao Qi's elder sister. Eldest Prince knew that Shao Qi was in charge of serving Yi Yuan. Once this layer of relations, Hi+P was established, would he still be scared of not knowing Yi Yuan's movements? Shao Qi, you're a clever person. You should know what this prince wants. This prince can let your sister live. Of course, I can also make your sister die. Her life and death, it lies with only a thought from you. Eldest Prince said with a faint smile. With regards to an ant like Shao Qi, Eldest Prince could not be bothered to talk rubbish at all. Threatening was the best weapon. Shao Qi's expression changed slightly, and she said respectfully, "Shao Qi understands. I wonder what Eldest Prince wants to know?" Eldest Prince smiled and said, 3 years have already passed, since Yi Yuan and nation teacher's wager. I want to know which heavenly medicines has Yi Yuan formulated in these 3 years? Shao Qi was responsible for allocating the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan needed. Therefore, whatever medicinal pills Yi Yuan was refining, one would naturally know through Shao Qi directly. Shao Qi's gaze flickered and she said, "In the first year or so, Master Yi has basically been refining all Foundation establishment heavenly pills. As for the next 2 years, he asked for the dragon scale flower, heavenly star origin, purple cloud drifting incense. With regards to the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan requested for, Shao Qi naturally enumerated it like her family's treasures, listing them one by one. However, the Xiehua beside Eldest Prince started frowning. After Shao Qi finished speaking, Shao Qi opened his mouth and said, "Are you sure that he only wanted these heavenly medicines?" Shao Qi nodded and said, "How can Shao Qi dare deceive Eldest Prince and Lord Xiehua? Actually, not only Your Excellency has this doubt, but the Tang family is also currently in a state of panic from top to bottom." Xiehua frowned and said, "What the hell is this Yi Yuan selling in his gourd?" Eldest Prince did not understand alchemy and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong?" Xiehua said, "What these heavenly medicines refine are all some basic heavenly pills. In terms of difficulty, they are not much higher than the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. His Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill has clearly already reached the realm of 7th grade. Yet, he actually still wasted a year's time on it. At this rate of progress, forget about 5 years, even if it's 50 years, it's also impossible for him to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill." When Eldest Prince heard that, he said in surprise, "Is this guy courting death? There are still 2 years remaining. Can he refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill?" Xiehua said, "This is also the thing that I'm most perplexed about. What on earth does this boy want to do?" Eldest Prince smiled and said, "This is great news to us. Refining a Jasper Regeneration Pill in 5 years is something impossible in the first place. He only knew how to refine the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill in the past. So he likely doesn't know how terrifying the Jasper Regeneration Pill is. Now, it's probably going to be a vicious cycle." Xiehua thought about it and thought in his heart that there was only this possibility. "You go back then. This king doesn't need you to do anything either. You just have to report the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan uses in his cultivation to this prince at all time. Understand? Eldest prince said to Shao Qi. Shao Qi replied respectfully and withdrew. For the next 2 years, Yi Yuan still did not touch the Jasper regeneration pill. It was as if he had completely forgotten about this. Initially, Yi Yuan refined another batch of Grand Completion 9th Grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill in an attempt to increase his affinity. But the effect was not good. The second Heavenly Pill, the effect was drastically reduced. After the 5th Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, there was almost no effect anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 4 points either. Putting aside the regret, the improvement of these 4 points to Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was all-round. When he practiced other basic heavenly pills, his speed was much faster. His remaining thought was practically all on studying the basic heavenly pills. Even if it was a slightly more advanced heavenly pill, he did not dabble in them in the slightest too. Looking as time drew closer little by little, the Tang family father and son were anxious like ants on a hot pan. But they also did not dare to go and disturb Yi Yuan's close seclusion. On this day, the 5-year agreement came to an end. Yi Yuan finally came out of close seclusion. Big brother, Nation Teacher has already set up the venue at Sky Gathering Establishment and sent someone to invite you over, Tang Yu said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, let's go then." Tang Yu was speechless and said, "I say, big brother, you've never touched the Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines in these 5 years. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even some of the higher-level heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. You're going over just like this now?" Yi Yuan countered with a question, "Otherwise?" Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, I know that you did it for the Tang family back then. Why not let's run away together? Let's drop the Tang family's foundation." "Ha ha, isn't it too late to only think about running now? Don't forget, Yi Yuan and Nation Teacher even signed an Origin Divinity contract." Eldest Prince strolled over with a burst of roaring laughter. Eldest Prince arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Master Yi, this prince came to invite you personally. Today, Royal Father will be there in person to witness your bet. If you win, Royal Father will crown you the position of Nation Teacher in public. Of course, I don't think that you have this chance." When the Tang family father and son heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. This scale was too high. Once Yi Yuan failed, the Tang family would be completely finished. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Oh? Why is that?" Eldest Prince laughed and said, "In these 5 years, you spent a year to cultivate the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill bitterly, and then you spent another 4 years to study other basic heavenly pills. You've never even touched high-level heavenly pills. This prince wants to know, what basis do you have to refine the Jasper regeneration pill?" When Tang Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing greatly, and he cried out in surprise, "How does your highness know so clearly?" Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he looked towards Shao Qi and said in a cold voice, "Shao Qi, my Tang family treated you well. Why did you betray the Tang family?" Shao Qi said indifferently, "The Tang family is already finished. Do you want us, these servants, to all be buried in death?" Tang Yu roared angrily, "I'll kill you." However, his figure had just moved when a gust of wind came over, directly sending him flying. One move and Tang Yu was seriously injured. Huang Zhaoyu, who was behind Eldest Prince, made a move. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and killing intent immediately arose. Huang Zhaoyu smiled faintly and said, "Young man, don't need to look at this old man with this sort of eyes. If you succeed today, this old man will naturally pay a visit and apologize. It's just that you don't have that chance anymore." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? Then this Yi will wait for your apology." Finished speaking, Yi Yuan helped Tang Yu up and brought him along to Sky Gathering Establishment. Chapter 2556. Not selling to you anymore. Chapter 2556. Not selling to you anymore. In front of Sky Gathering Establishment, it was long already packed until not even water could seep through. 5 years ago, a 1-point heavenly alchemist defeated Nation Teacher and caused a great sensation in the entire city. Now, the 1-point heavenly alchemist was going to challenge the Jasper regeneration pill that no one could refine, which naturally attracted even more attention. Furthermore, this wager even concerned the T.I. of Nation Teacher. 5 years have passed, said. I wonder what level of strength that 1-point heavenly alchemist has reached. No matter what level he reached, it's also impossible to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed heaven-defying, but 5 years' time is too short. The vast majority of the people still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. It was not that they did not believe in Yi Yuan's talent, but that 5 years' time was too short. 5 years were not even enough to learn the rudiments of heavenly pills. Even if Yi Yuan could refine a 7th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, there were 100,000 foundation establishment heavenly pills between the foundation establishment heavenly pill and Jasper regeneration pill. This disparity was not what a short 5 years could make up for. He's here. The 1-point heavenly alchemist is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan led the Tang family's people and arrived in front of the Sky Gathering Establishment. Nation Teacher Lin Lan walked out slowly and said with a smile, Master Yi came? Looking at Master Ye's energetic appearance, victory should be in your grasp, right? This old Nation Teacher, am probably going to have to abdicate. The intel that eldest prince grasped, Lin Lan naturally grasped it too. Therefore, he already won this bet. Regarding the humiliation of the past 5 years, he was going to return it all to Yi Yuan today. Yeah, you're old. It's time to relinquish your position. Yi Yuan followed up. Lin Lan did not care either and said with a smile, flattery like perfume should be smelled not swallowed. Refined 5 years' worth of basic heavenly pills and never even once touched the Jasper regeneration pill. This Nation Teacher really wants to know what you'll use to win this Nation Teacher. What? Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills? What a joke. What's the use of basic heavenly pills? Goodness gracious, it isn't true, right? Even if Yi Yuan refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill until he shatters the sky, he can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill too. With Lin Lan's one sentence, the entire crowd directly exploded. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan should have been studying the Jasper regeneration pill frantically in the past 5 years. At least, he should be working in this direction too. However, he did not. Yi Yuan spent 5 years' time on merely just basic heavenly pills. Basic heavenly pills were entry-level heavenly pills, the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. Studying this kind of heavenly pill did not help the Jasper regeneration pill at all, which was also to say that this wager was actually just a joke. On Sky Gathering Establishment's 2nd floor, one could have a commanding view of the situation outside. A middle-aged man dressed in faint azure long robes was currently standing by the window and looking at everything below. This middle-aged man's gaze brimmed with radiating vigor, full of power and energy, radiating awe without being angry. He was precisely Eastward Country's Emperor Qiao Kaiyuan. The Emperor said, "Old Second, this is the person that you chose? You disappoint us greatly." At this time, Second Prince was currently standing next to Qiao Kaiyuan. Hearing this, he could not help sweating profusely. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spent these 5 years all on basic heavenly pills. Royal Father, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent is extremely heaven-defying. As long as give him time, he can definitely surpass Nation Teacher. Second prince gritted his teeth and said. Qiao Kaiyuan had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, no matter how strong his talent is, it's also pointless if he doesn't have the temperament. Ascenders often act in undue confidence of their own ability and look down upon others. Their outcomes are mostly tragic. He's no exception either. Clearly, he doesn't have the assurance, but he set a 5-year gamble. This kind of person isn't worth entrusting our future. Second prince's cold sweat poured profusely. The emperor's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. Eldest prince already went up to the second floor at some point and just happened to hear this, and he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. Hoo-hoo, royal father is wise. This boy is conceited and condescending. Winning against nation teacher the last time, although he has strength, there was also a lot of luck. But he thought that he already Serpa. Said nation teacher. What a joke. Eldest prince said with a laugh. Qiao Kaiyuan nodded and said, what Yu Qin said is right. A 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill is indeed amazing. But it's also merely just amazing. As he spoke, he already turned around and left the window, and sat down in the room. He gave his 2 sons a glance and said coolly, these few years, we have been mentally and physically exhausted, and already have the thought of abdicating. Yu Qin is level-headed when doing things and acts after planning things. Apart from this, he even kept the 3 Jade True Heavenly Sect envoys at bay these few years, rendering utmost contributions. We feel at ease handing over the country to Yu Qin. Second prince's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He did not expect that royal father actually directly announced the sentence at this time. He lost. Eldest prince was wildly ecstatic in his heart, but the expression on his face was controlled just right. When the emperor saw this scene, he became even more certain of his judgment in his heart. After this matter is over, we will choose a date to announce this matter. Qiao Kaiyuan gave the final word. Second prince gritted his teeth and said, Royal father, I am unconvinced. Qiao Kaiyuan did not get angry and said coolly, Yu Tang, now that things have played out like this, what bargaining chips do you still have in your hand? Nation teacher has chosen a side. You're not fated with the envoys. You no longer have cards to play from your hand. Second prince said in a solemn voice, No. Royal father is wrong. If Yi Yuan can win, the nation teacher will be mine. Eldest prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Old second, have you become desperate from losing? Now that it has come to this, could it be that you still feel that Yi Yuan can win? A fellow who refined 5 years' worth of basic heavenly pills, you expect him to be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Second prince smiled coldly and said, My elder brother. The last time, no one was optimistic about him either, right? How can you guarantee that he won't be able to turn the tables this time? Eldest prince still wanted to speak, but heard Qiao Kaiyuan say coolly, If he can really win, we can retract our order. It's just that it's impossible. People did not know that the owners, HI+P of Eastward Country's emperor was decided on this second floor just like that. In front of Sky Gathering establishment, people were all grumbling that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. Clearly did not have that ability, but insisted on attempting it. Beside Linlan, Xiehua laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, didn't you say that after 5 years, you'll make this Shui come to find you to buy heavenly pills? Now, this Shui is finding you to buy heavenly pills. Where's your heavenly pill? Haha. Yuan looked at him and said coolly, You seem very pleased with yourself. Xiehua's expression changed, and he changed to a vicious expression and said angrily, Of course I'm pleased with myself. You severed my heavenly alchemist path. Now you also cut off your own way out. Do you think I cannot be smug? Haha. Xiehua's hatred towards Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit less than Linlan. How glorious a profession was being a heavenly alchemist. He had once enjoyed unparalleled glory and was admired by thousands. But all these were ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Now, seeing Yi Yuan like this, how could he not be happy? However, Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Since you're so smug, then I won't be selling my Jasper regeneration pill to you anymore." Xiehua laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Oh no, I'm so scared." "Your Jasper regeneration pill? Your Jasper regeneration pill. Haha, have you refined a Jasper regeneration pill before? How hilarious!" Chapter 2557. Your father will kick you to death. Chapter 2557. Your father will kick you to death. Haha, Master Yi, stop forcing it. The heavenly medicines that you've used in your cultivation these few years, we know it like the back of our hands. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even if it's slightly more difficult heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. This nation teacher didn't say things wrongly, right? Lin Lan said with a sneer. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You're right. I've studied more than 20 kinds of heavenly pills in these 5 years. All of them were basic heavenly pills. There's nothing that can't be publicized." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding these things in the first place. It was just that the likes of Eldest Prince and Lin Lan treated it as a big deal. However, Yi Yuan admitting it very shamelessly made everyone lose confidence. Was the one-point heavenly alchemist who had once shone with boundless radiance finally going to fall here? Nation teacher absolutely would not let Yi Yuan off. Lin Lan sneered and said, "Now that it's come to this, are you still not going to accept your fate?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't I give it a try? What if I get lucky and refine it?" Lin Lan snickered when he heard that and said, "Lucky? There's never luck in alchemy. Every bit of quality is true ability. For 5 years, you've never even touched the Jasper regeneration pill before. You still want to try your luck to refine it? Dream on." Yi Yuan still smiled and said, "I'm a lucky guy. Maybe I can really refine it." Lin Lan smiled coldly and said, "The medicinal cauldron is already prepared. Just try it. Just the likes of you, if you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, this nation teacher will swallow this medicinal cauldron whole." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Lord Nation Teacher, this is what you said." Lin Lan said calmly, "This nation teacher said it." Yi Yuan smiled and came before the medicinal cauldron. Lin Lan's preparation work was done solidly. All of the items for refining the pill were already prepared. Yi Yuan picked up a stalk of heavenly medicine and played with it while sizing it up. Xiehua smiled coldly and said, "Master Yi, haven't tried your hand at the Jade Moon Orchid, right? With your negligible affinity, can you extract it successfully in one go? Got to be more careful. Don't ruin it with a careless move, that will be botching it." Yi Yuan ignored him and still played with the Jade Moon Orchid. The Jade Moon Orchid was one of the Jasper regeneration pill's main medicines and also an extremely hard to extract grade 1 heavenly medicine. Not refining it well would have an impact on the entire refinement of the heavenly pill. Many heavenly alchemists could not even complete this step well. There was naturally no talk of refining the Jasper regeneration pill. This playing took 15 minutes time. Xiehua became impatient and said with a cold snort, "What? Want to drag the time? Even if you delay until heaven and earth turn old, it's impossible to refine it too." Boom! Suddenly, a CLU's tur of flames suddenly arose, making Xiehua jump in fright. Yi Yuan started. As soon as he took action, the hearts of Tang Yu and the rest leaped to their throats. There was only one chance. Any slip-up was fatal, but they were unable to imagine how Yi Yuan, who had never touched the Jasper regeneration pill before, was going to not make any mistakes at all in the refining process of such a difficult medicinal pill. If nothing else, just talking about the Jade Moon Orchid, this hurdle, it was not easy to clear. As for the second prince upstairs, he was even nervous until he was shaking. Yi Yuan's refinement concerned the fate of his future. Whether the bet he made was useful or not would depend on this time. If Yi Yuan could replace Lin Lan, he would be able to turn the tables amidst a desperate situation. Suddenly, Lin Lan's entire body trembled and he cried out in surprise. His affinity increased. How is this possible? Not just Lin Lan, many people noticed it too. Yi Yuan's affinity seemed to be a little stronger than before. Although it was not much, it had indeed become stronger. Impossible, could it be a misconception? How can affinity improve? Really seeing ghosts? Does this guy never play cards according to the normal routine? 1 point affinity can't refine pills, yet, he can. Affinity can't be improved, but he could too. This guy is simply too heaven-defying to actually be able to improve even his affinity. Cries of exclamations rose and ebbed. People became even more curious about Yi Yuan. All kinds of miracles happened to him alone, it was seriously too dazzling. Master, a method to increase affinity. If you can obtain it, you'll definitely be able to improve further. Xiehua said. Lin Lan's gaze also changed from shock to greed. Clearly, he was moved. The jade moon orchid was being extracted little by little, and did not collapse like everyone imagined. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's refinement had virtually no flaws. It was completely not like it was his first time refining. Xiehua opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief all over his face. How is this possible? Hasn't he never extracted the jade moon orchid before? Lin Lan's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's extraction could be rated as perfect. Even he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. But it was clearly Yi Yuan's first time. Why? Why was it so perfect? Could it be that the intel was wrong? Very soon, Yi Yuan finished the extraction of the jade moon orchid. He picked up the second stalk of heavenly medicine, mountain root fuyu, and started examining it carefully. This time, no one talked badly about him anymore. Everyone watched quietly, waiting for Yi Yuan's performance. The extraction difficulty of the mountain root fuyu was even greater than the jade moon orchid. Yi Yuan studied it for a full 30 minutes before making a move to extract it. Smooth as always. Each heavenly medicine afterward, Yi Yuan would look at it for some time. Some were long, some were short. But the extraction process was smooth. Those people watching a joke were utterly dumbfounded. Pa! Xiehua flung a slap onto Shao Qi's face, directly slapping her until she flew into the air. The current Xiehua was enraged to the extreme. He pointed at Shao Qi's nose and cursed, "Damn thing, you dare lie to your father. Didn't you say that he has never come into contact with the Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines before in these 5 years?" Shao Qi was slapped until her face swelled up, tears and snort running heavily. She said aggrievedly, "How can this lowly one dare lie to you? He really never came into contact with it before." Bang! Xiehua kicked a foot fiercely onto Shao Qi's chest, and he roared angrily, "Never? Never? Can he refine until like this if he had never done so? Your father will kick you to death." One kick after another, Shao Qi was kicked until her eyes rolled back, fresh blood flowing constantly out of her mouth, looking like she was going to kick the bucket. But Xiehua was still furious. "Damn thing lied to all of us. Come men. Drag her away from me," Xiehua said angrily. When Tang Yu and the rest saw this scene, there was no sympathy in their eyes at all. The Tang family treated Shao Qi well, but this girl actually betrayed the Tang family. Death couldn't expiate her sins, however. They all knew that Shao Qi did not lie. Shao Qi died very unjustly. In these 5 years, Yi Yuan had never touched these heavenly medicines before. The heavenly medicines that the Tang family prepared for the Jasper regeneration pill were still currently lying in the medicine storehouse perfectly well, and had never been touched before. They also hoped that Yi Yuan would transfer these heavenly medicines over. But they waited and waited, but it did not happen. Therefore, they were very certain that today was Yi Yuan's first time refining these heavenly medicines. However, it was also precisely due to this that the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. During the past 5 years, he never touched these heavenly medicines before, but today he could extract them perfectly. How on earth did this guy do it? Chapter 2558. Take Your Life. Chapter 2558. Take Your Life. Old second, this play of yours deceived everybody. Played out really beautifully. As your elder brother, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Eldest Prince looked at Second Prince and said with a cold smile. While Second Prince had a blank face, he completely did not know what was going on. But he was very thrilled. Before Yi Yuan made his move, his heart had leaped to his throat, fearing that Yi Yuan would be a goner with a moment of carelessness. Who knew that Yi Yuan seemingly had divine help, refining all of the heavenly medicines in one go? Royal brother, it was clearly you who played tricks, but is playing the blame game here. This younger brother is the one who's ashamed of my inferiority. Second Prince similarly smiled coldly as he said, Humph, you don't need to be proud of yourself. Extracting heavenly medicines is just the first step. A Jasper regeneration pill has dozens of heavenly medicine combinations. The complexity isn't what a foundation establishment heavenly pill can compare to. Eldest Prince said with a cold snort. Second Prince did not show weakness in the slightest too and said, Big brother, your fluid U.S. tiered. Yi Yuan has already created too many miracles. So how do you know whether or not he'll create a miracle again this time? Emperor Qiao Kaiyuan sat up straight, closing his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's matters. He placed all of his energy on the pill refinement. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy had always been different from others. People tend to pursue higher-level medicinal pills, but then they neglected the foundation. They thought that by refining higher-level medicinal pills, those basic medicinal pills would naturally be mastered. Not so. This kind of understanding was one-sided. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the foundation was far more important than high-level medicinal pills. Similarly, a Grade 1 heavenly pill, no matter how complicated, it was also composed of some basic refining technique. As long as one thoroughly grasped these basic things, refining high-difficulty heavenly pills was merely something that happened naturally with ease. In these 5 years, although he had been studying basic heavenly pills, he had mastered the basics of Grade 1 heavenly pills extremely well. In the following years, Yi Yuan studied more than 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills. Each type, he practiced it to the realm of grand completion 9th grade. If let people knew about these things, it would surely cause a huge uproar. But it did not matter if people did not know. This kind of strength would be fully released when refining the Jasper regeneration pill. Of course, being able to reach this step in such a short time, what he relied on was not just his perseverance, there was also his thousands of years of ACC. Mulat terrifying experience, as well as his extraordinary alchemy talent. Not one could be lacking. Now, Yi Yuan's instinct was already extremely terrifying. Although he had never extracted these heavenly medicines before, by relying on his powerful instinct as well as 4 points of affinity, he could completely extract them. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence. Several dozen kinds of heavenly medicines entered the medicine cauldron one by one. The pill refinement started. At this moment, his decades of hard training were all poured into the medicine cauldron. It was easy to say, but refining the Jasper regeneration pill was indeed a very big challenge. With Yi Yuan's character, he naturally would not fight a battle that he did not have confidence in. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan studied the properties of the jade moon orchid, mountain root fuyu, and the rest of the heavenly medicines very thoroughly. And the pill formula, he deduced it countless times too. While it was complicated, it was not impossible for Yi Yuan. Let alone that 4 points affinity let him see even more things. Yi Yuan's fire control, refining technique, all gave people a master-level feeling. It naturally attracted a series of exclamations. The expressions of Lin Lan and the rest were very ugly. Even the emperor, who had his eyes closed all along to rest, also came to the window again, and looked down on Yi Yuan refining the pill. But very soon, Yi Yuan became somewhat overwhelmed. The Jasper regeneration pill was too complicated. Compared to basic heavenly pills, this was an extremely huge project. From a dozen over heavenly medicines to dozens of heavenly medicines, the increase in difficulty was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Affinity. In the end, it was still affinity. 4 points of affinity struggled to make ends meet. When the difficulty rose exponentially, Yi Yuan felt the inadequacy of affinity once again. Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more labored. The sweat on his forehead became more and more too. Smiles gradually showed on the faces of Lin Lan, Xiehua, and the rest. Cross. Hi plus ing. He's finally cross. Hi plus ing. Freaking L scared me to death. Heh, this bit of affinity also wants to refine the Jasper regeneration pill, truly a fool's talk. Xiehua said with great delight. Previously, his nerves had always been tightly wound. Now, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Lan sneered and said, "The difficulty of refining a Jasper regeneration pill, even nation teachers' affinity can't support it. Just based on his tiny bit of pitiful affinity, he also wants to refine it?" Eldest Prince laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Old Second, this is the miracle that you spoke of? Ha ha! I think this is called overestimating his own ability. The Jasper regeneration pill hasn't even refined until 1/3 currently. He already almost can't hold on anymore. I want to see how you make a comeback." Second Prince originally had a hopeful look too, but at this time, he also started panicking. He could even feel Yi Yuan struggling on the second floor. But the refining process of the heavenly pill was less than 1/3. The emperor glanced, shook his head, and said, "The situation is beyond salvation." Then, he returned to his seat again and closed his eyes to rest. Time went by little. Yi Yuan was struggling more and more. Even his hand was trembling. Regardless of whether body, divine essence, or origin divinity, Yi Yuan's limit reached its end. When Lin Lan saw this scene, the smile on his face grew thicker. Fleshly body and origin divinity are still fine, but divine essence is a hard criterion. He's only middle lesser sublime heaven. So his divine essence isn't enough to support him to finish refining the Jasper regeneration pill at all. After his divine essence is exhausted, this nation teacher wants to see what he'll use to refine the pill. Lin Lan said with all smiles. And at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped his foot, and a whirlwind rose from the ground. "Gather for me!" Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful suction force gathered the surrounding spiritual energy over. Yi Yuan's hands did not rest, directly injecting the spiritual energy into the medicine cauldron. Everyone was stunned. There was still this kind of strategy? Instantly forming a formation. Borrowing strength to refine pill. This guy, Lin Lan's smile instantly froze on his face. Yi Yuan's approach was like he was slapping his face on purpose. He just finished speaking and Yi Yuan flung a vicious slap over. Borrowing power to refine a pill was an extremely profound method. When refining pills normally, no one dared to try it at all. Because it was not their own strength, there was no way of doing what the heart wished in terms of control at all. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he would not employ this move unless it was a last resort too. "Condense for me." Yi Yuan gave another low cry. The Tao fire dissipated and the spirit-gathering formation disappeared. Then, he plopped his bottom onto the ground and his lower and upper eyelids kept hitting. He was seriously too tired. A Jasper regeneration pill practically hollowed him out. affinity. Really almost took my own life. Yi Yuan could not resist swearing. Right then, Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said while looking down from a height, "Affinity didn't take your life, but this nation teacher will take your life." Chapter 2559. Do you feel that this Yi lacks money very much? Chapter 2559. Do you feel that this Yi lacks money very much? Oh? Haven't opened the furnace yet and the nation teacher already wants my life? Yi Yuan said leisurely while revolving his cultivation method to recover his strength. Lin Lan snickered and said, "With how you refined it, is there still a need to open the furnace? It's definitely a useless pill inside the medicine cauldron." Refining heavenly pills had extremely high requirements for the material of the medicine cauldron. Hence, before opening the furnace, one did not know the quality of the heavenly pill inside the medicine cauldron. Judging from Yi Yuan's performance, this furnace was undoubtedly an invalid pill. Actually, it was not just Lin Lan who thought so. Everyone present thought so too. Yi Yuan's refinement was already too unsightly towards the later stages. The air of a master when he just started was completely gone. Using swaying in the midst of a raging storm could not be more apartment. He was completely hanging in there with one breath. How could such a refinement possibly refine a complete product heavenly pill? Let alone that it was even the extremely high difficulty Jasper regeneration pill. Ha ha ha, just your FLU. Tiered confusion. Is there still a need to open the furnace? Not blowing the furnace up is already considered pretty good. Xiehua said jeeringly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Better open it up. Otherwise, I won't give up either. This origin divinity contract can't be completed too, isn't that so?" Lin Lan nodded slightly and said, "Fine, I'll let you give up on this." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I don't have much strength anymore. So I'll have to trouble Lord Nation Teacher to open the furnace personally then." Lin Lan had a look of disdain on his face, and arrived before the medicine cauldron. At this time, the Emperor on the second floor slowly stood up and said coolly, "All right, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. We are leaving." This one sentence, "the outcome is a foregone conclusion," carried a double meaning. On one hand, it was referring to Nation Teacher and Yi Yuan's battle. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. On the other hand, it was referring to Eldest Prince and Second Prince's battle. It was similarly a foregone conclusion. Therefore, he had no interest in staying any longer. The remaining things would naturally be handled by Nation Teacher. Sending Royal Father off respectfully. Eldest Prince was wildly elated in his heart and bowed to send Xiao Kaiyuan off. Second Prince did not turn his head back. His gaze was glued to downstairs. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, his eyes giving off a dazzling light. "Ha ha ha ha!" Second Prince let out a burst of wild laughter. The emotions suppressed in his heart erupted completely at this moment. Eldest Prince currently had his back toward downstairs and did not know what happened. Hearing Second Prince laugh madly without ceasing, he even thought that he could not bear the blow and went completely mad. "Old Second, it's just a temporary loss. Why do you have to care so much? We'll always be brothers." Eldest Prince urged with a hypocritical expression. Right at this time, a series of exclamations came from below, instantly suppressing his voice. "Refined. Really refined. Too fake. When he was refining the pill, he already looked like that. It can actually form a pill too? A miracle. Really a miracle. Within 5 years, he actually really refined the Jasper regeneration pill." Eldest Prince's expression changed wildly, and he turned to look downstairs, and his entire body turned stiff there. And Xiao Kaiyuan also stopped halfway. Downstairs, Lin Lan was transfixed, while Xiehua had a blank face. By the side, a medicinal pill was placed in the dish quietly. There was an uproar in front of Sky Gathering Establishment. This, what on earth is going on? The wild ecstasy just now had long already evaporated into thin air. Eldest prince's heart had a layer of thick dark clouds covered along with the appearance of that heavenly pill. Second prince laughed loudly and said, "Royal brother, it is just a temporary loss. You don't need to care. Don't need to care." Ha ha ha! Suddenly, his expression changed. The emperor actually arrived by his side at no idea when. However, his gaze was looking below. At this time, a look of surprise finally showed on the emperor's face. Clearly, he was unable to believe everything before his eyes too. The Jasper regeneration pill had formed. Nation teacher lost. Lost completely and utterly. Royal father, this time it can prove my eyesight, right? Yi Yuan really created a miracle again. Second prince said with confidence. At this very moment, he was unbelievably grateful to Lu Yun. If not for Master Yun, it would have been impossible for him to turn the tables in a desperate situation. It was not that his eyesight was good, but that Master Yun's eyesight was good. Master Yun had said long ago, Yi Yuan was a dragon among men, a distinguished talent among ascenders. Now the Ma.S. Civ dragon had already taken off. Lord Nation Teacher, I remember that you said before, if I can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, you'll swallow the medicine cauldron whole? Now, are you swallowing or not? Also, this brother Shui, you appeared very pleased with yourself just now. You don't need to buy the Jasper regeneration pill from me? I beg you, please don't come to me to buy one. It's not for sale. Yi Yuan's 2 sentences stung Lin Lan and Xiehua until they almost went crazy. Lin Lan's old face almost wanted to tunnel into the ground. The moment the furnace opened, he was completely dumbfounded. The Jasper regeneration pill really formed. But how was this possible? This is impossible. You were clearly giving out already previously. Your refining technique already became deformed. So how can it possibly form a pill? Lin Lan bellowed. He thought that it was impossible for the 1 Yi Yuan to refine a heavenly pill. In the end, Yi Yuan refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill. He thought that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. But in the end, Yi Yuan really refined the Jasper regeneration pill. This sort of thing was simply too demoralizing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Competing in alchemy, you're still far behind. If I tell you that everything later was all refined by relying on instinct, do you believe it?" Before waiting for Lin Lan to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "Of course you won't believe it. Just like if I tell you that I really only studied 20 over kinds of basic heavenly pills in these 5 years, you definitely won't believe it too. If I tell you, these heavenly medicines, it's all my first time refining, you still won't believe it. However, these are all facts. The things that you look down on might not be useless. The people that you look down on might not be inferior to you too. Pill refining, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Lin Lan's entire body trembled, feeling that his alchemy beliefs had completely collapsed. Everything that Yi Yuan said was what he could not imagine. However, Yi Yuan really did it. He refined the Jasper regeneration pill. Lin Lan had a face like he was battered out of his senses and no longer had the air of a nation teacher. Thud. Suddenly, Xiehua directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept bitterly as he said, "Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, sell the heavenly pill to me. I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price." Xiehua wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. It was also precisely so that he hated Yi Yuan even more. Originally, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the Jasper regeneration pill at all, especially learning from Shao Qi there about Yi Yuan's situation in these recent years. But now Yi Yuan actually really refined it. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This Yi will not take back my words once I've said it. Not selling to you means not selling to you. Forget that you offered 100 times, even if it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price, this Yi won't sell it to you too. Moreover, do you feel that this Yi lacks money very much? As he said, he raised the Jasper regeneration pill in his hand and said smilingly, "Who wants the Jasper regeneration pill? I want it." Someone with a severed arm reacted the fastest and jumped out immediately. This person was precisely one of the guards who beat the Tang family's father and son back then. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Consider yourself lucky. This heavenly pill, I'm giving it to you." As he said those words, Yi Yuan actually directly threw the Jasper regeneration pill to him. Chapter 2560. The best one naturally has to be saved for my own people. Chapter 2560. The best one naturally has to be saved for my own people. No way, right? Gave it away. It's the Jasper regeneration pill, but he actually gave it away. What the hell? He gave it away, rather than giving it to Xie Hua. Ruthless. Yi Yuan is being unfair. Tang Yu still has a severed arm. He actually gave the Jasper regeneration pill away. This action of Yi Yuan's immediately caused a hubbub. Of course, the ones who were the most displeased were still the Tang family. Tang Jinhua's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was somewhat unhappy. He refined the Jasper regeneration pill, and it actually was not given to Tang Yu straight away. He found this unacceptable. How much risk the Tang family shouldered for Yi Yuan, fussing around him. He actually gave the heavenly pill to an irrelevant person. That person obtained the Jasper regeneration pill and was immensely grateful to Yi Yuan. He was afraid that someone would snatch it, so he swallowed it right away. At this time, the emperor brought second prince and came down from the second floor. Behind them, eldest prince's figure was gone. Clearly, the die was cast. The joy on second prince's face could not be concealed no matter what. The emperor gave Lin Lan a glance, and could not refrain from sighing. He seriously did not expect that this old brother of his would also have times where he stumbled. But the origin divinity contract was already signed. If he did not carry it out, Lin Lan would be dead for sure. The emperor arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "Since the victor has been decided, then we will confer the position of nation teacher to you." Yi Yuan gave a hand gesture and said smilingly, "Your Majesty, you don't need to be anxious. It's such a fine occasion today. I see that there are many people with missing limbs. Since this Yi is going to be the nation teacher, I naturally have to share in your Majesty's worries. Why not this Yi refine pills in public for sale? What does your Majesty think?" The emperor said in surprise, "You're already like this. Can you still refine?" In his view, this Jasper regeneration pill being able to become a pill was more of a coincidence. But the origin divinity contract was placed there. If it was done, it was done. He could not go back on his words too. One heavenly pill already drained Yi Yuan. With another one, could this guy bear it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I think that nation teacher is unconvinced by his loss. Since that's the case, I'll make a little more convinced. Your Majesty, please deploy a batch of heavenly medicines over. Leave the severed limbs of these guards to this Yi." In the royal family, these guards with severed limbs were not in the minority. But Yi Yuan saying this was a generous move. Furthermore, it was even free. Got to admit, this was a big gift to the emperor. The emperor mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "You Tang, you go and make arrangements." Second prince gladly accepted the order. Xie Hua suddenly gave a cold snort and said, "He's already struggling heavily to refine one. In my view, you're making fun of His Majesty." His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of hatred. The action just now, Yi Yuan had humiliated him greatly. Yi Yuan rather gave the pill to a guard for free than give it to him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "If I were you, I'd shut up right now. You have to know, the nation teacher isn't your master now, but me. It's just a matter of a word to kill you." Xie Hua's body trembled, full of fear, and sure enough, he shut up. Before long, second prince brought a large number of heavenly medicines over. The royal family's treasures were naturally not what the Tang family could compare to. At this time, Yi Yuan was pretty much done resting. He was not long-winded, directly getting to work with refining the pills. People all thought that Yi Yuan would be like the last time, collapsing from exhaustion in the end. However, they were disappointed. This time, Yi Yuan refined very smoothly. Although it was still very strenuous, those signs of exhaustion previously did not appear. This made everyone incredibly surprised. What's going on here? Could it be that he was performing previously? There's no need. Being exhausted until like that, even if it's a performance, it's also too much, right? I say, guys, it wouldn't really be his first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill previously, right? Because there's experience now, so it's going a lot smoother this time. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally speculated heavily. Honestly speaking, they did not believe a single one of Yi Yuan's words. Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills, and one would be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Then heavenly alchemists would also be too worthless. Yi Yuan must have deceived everybody through some method in these 5 years and bitterly trained in high-level heavenly pills in secret. But the expression on Lin Lan's face became incomparably solemn. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan's refining technique was far more mellow and smooth than before. Although the refinement before was enough to serve as an example, there were clearly many areas that were not mellowed and smooth. And this also resulted in the situation of divine essence being insufficient in the end. But now, Yi Yuan's allocation of divine essence, as well as the use of his technique, was obviously much more reasonable. What did this show? This showed that Yi Yuan was improving. It was just that this improvement speed was too terrifying. The second heavenly pill was worth more than 10 years of his hard work. Could it be that it was really this guy's first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill? First time refining such a high-difficulty heavenly pill, and he succeeded in one go? This was too bloody freakish, right? Lin Lan could not find any words to describe the shock in his heart currently. Could a person's alchemy talent actually be strong to such an extent? No, absolutely impossible. Lin Lan furrowed his brows and racked his brain for ideas, wanting to find where the problem lay. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a certain possibility. Basic heavenly pills. Could there really be something fishy about these basic heavenly pills? Could one really refine the Jasper regeneration pill after mastering basic heavenly pills? Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and the Jasper regeneration pill was done. This time, the quality was obviously much better than last time. The guard who obtained the heavenly pill swallowed it happily. Following that, Yi Yuan rested for a while and continued to refine pills. One after another, people's shock also grew more and more. Because Yi Yuan's speed of improvement was seriously too fast. Second Prince had long already ordered someone to fetch the Cloud Mount Motherstone. For each heavenly pill that Yi Yuan produced, there would be someone who would check the quality. From the starting lower 2nd grade to upper 3rd grade, then to upper 4th grade, and reaching the terrifying upper 6th grade in the end. The quality of the Jasper regeneration pill jumped up grade after grade. Those guards who received the heavenly pills before were almost crying. The higher the quality, naturally the more compatible the new limb grown would be with the body. Too terrifying. This kind of improvement speed is simply too heavenly defying. King H. It's my first time hearing that the Jasper regeneration pill can be refined like this. Nation Teacher is simply weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Looks like this wager, Nation Teacher didn't lose unjustly. Amidst the cries of exclamations, people were long already prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. This kind of improvement was definitely not an act. Maybe you could not see with 1 or 2, but putting so many medicinal pills together, That sort of continuous improvement was clear at a glance. While the Emperor's eyes were sparkling, the pleasant surprise that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong, making him feel like he obtained a priceless treasure. The sense of loss because of losing Lin Lan previously had long already been swept clean. Lin Lan was simply dust on the ground when compared to Yi Yuan. Condense. Another Jasper regeneration pill was done. Yi Yuan threw it to Tang Yu and said with a smile, "The best one naturally has to be saved for my own people." Chapter 2561. Lin Lan's Astonies. H.I plus ing move. Chapter 2561. Lin Lan's Astonies. H.I plus ing move. Golden Pill. 9th grade Golden Pill. In the crowd, a series of strange cries came over. What Tang Yu held in his hand was actually a H.I plus ning Golden Medicinal Pill. No need to appraise it. It was naturally a 9th grade Golden Pill. By the side, Tang Jinhua was dumbfounded. He even thought that Yi Yuan forgot about his son and was briming with resentment in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually gave his son a 9th grade Golden Pill? "Father, I said it right? Big brother won't forget me." Him refining pills for those people previously was merely used for practice. Tang Yu said. After so many years, he already knew Yi Yuan very well. Since Yi Yuan refined the Jasper regeneration pill, he definitely would not forget about him. Therefore, when Tang Jinhua was complaining just now, Tang Yu also made him hold his horses. Sure enough, the best one was saved for him. "Thank you, big brother," Tang Yu said to Yi Yuan respectfully. "This is what you deserve," Yi Yuan said with a smile. The others were all incredibly envious. Being able to become friends with Master Yi was truly an incomparably blissful thing. "Master Nation Teacher, are you convinced or not?" Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Lan had long already been dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy technique. Convinced or not? Of course, he was convinced. Someone capable of refining the Jasper regeneration pill to the realm of 9th grade Golden Pill, could he still be unconvinced? He was also someone who pursued the alchemy path. It was just that he became content with retaining sovereignty over the remote land of Eastward Country, holding great power and authority, and had long already lost his original aspirations. This defeat was undeniable, completely and thoroughly. He turned around to leave quietly without saying anything. Someone saw that Nation Teacher left the city. No one knew where he had gone. The Emperor did not urge him to stay either. He knew that Lin Lan's defeat could be said to be all hope being dashed to pieces. Watching Master Yi refine pills today is truly immensely shocking. We want to formally establish Yi Yuan as the Nation Teacher. I wonder if Master Yi can agree to it? Finished speaking, the Emperor actually gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan in public. This was the highest level of courtesy. The current Xiao Kaiyuan was inviting Yi Yuan, not fulfilling his wager agreement. But no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan was worthy of it. Just based on Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, what did a Nation Teacher count for? In fact, Yi Yuan being a Nation Teacher was still considered condescending to take a post offered already. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since your Majesty is so courteous, then this Yi will accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Yi Yuan's domineering rise let the Tang family become Eastward's #1 major family in one bound. The Tang family's forces spread throughout the entire Eastward country very soon. The Emperor also officially announced to the outside world that second prince became the crown prince, and would inherit the rule in 3 years. The likes of the Yang family, Jiang Yu and Lu Yun, their statuses also rose along with him in Eastward country. Just as everyone thought that the waves had subsided, another incident caused a stir in the entire Eastward. One early morning half a month later, the sky was just getting bright. Why is someone kneeling in front of Nation Teacher Manor? Hoo-hoo, what's strange about this? Ever since Master Yi became the Nation Teacher, there has been an endless stream coming to request for pills. I reckon that this person is here to seek pills too, right? That's not right, you look at him. Why does he look like Nation Teacher? Nation Teacher? Are you blind? Why would Nation Teacher be kneeling in front of his own house? My God, I'm not talking about Nation Teacher Yi. It's Nation Teacher Lin. Lin Lan. Amen? It's true. This is going to be a big thing. Master Lin actually left and returned, and even knelt in front of the Nation Teacher Manor. Waiting until dawn, in front of Nation Teacher Manor's gates was long already surrounded until not even water could seep through. The former Nation Teacher kneeling in front of the current Nation Teacher's door. This kind of thing, wanting to not cause a stir would not do either. Regarding this sort of thing, there naturally could not avoid people gesticulating. But Lin Lan was not the slightest bit moved and just knelt straight like that. Tang Yu walked out of Nation Teacher Manor, looked at Lin Lan and said with a frown, "What is Master Lin doing this for?" At present, Tang Yu's severed arm had already grown out and was no different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, after he took the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, his strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to upper lesser sublime heaven. After Yi Yuan moved into Nation Teacher Manor, Tang Yu handed all of the family affairs to Tang Jinhua to manage. He willingly came to Nation Teacher Manor and became the chief steward. When Lin Lan heard that, he just said coolly, "I'm here to acknowledge him as my master." Acknowledge as your master? When Tang Yu heard that, he could not help opening his eyes wide. The exalted former Nation Teacher, a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, was here to acknowledge a master? The surrounding crowd was also ignited by these few words. Acknowledge master? Did I hear wrongly? What a joke! Isn't Master Lin implacable enemies with Master Yi? He would actually put aside his ego and kneel in front of Master Ye's door to acknowledge Master? This Master Yi wouldn't be wanting to swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden and harm Master Yi, right? Very likely. No one would have thought that the Lord Nation Teacher, who had once looked down on eastward, could actually put aside his ego and kneel down in public to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master. This impact was really too strong. Even someone as clever as Tang Yu felt at a loss for some time too. Quickly go, quickly go. Lord Nation Teacher, if you keep making trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous. Tang Yu instinctively thought that this guy was here to make trouble and directly chased him away. Lin Lan still had a calm expression and said coolly, "As you please." Not seeing Yi Yuan, this old man won't leave. Tang Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You came deliberately to cause trouble?" Lin Lan ignored Tang Yu and fell silent. Tang Yu gave a cold snort and said, "Lin Lan, don't think that because you're a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, no one can take care of you in this imperial city. Let me tell you, Master Yun is in Nation Teacher Manor right now. He has already broken through to middle greater sublime heaven." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across in Lin Lan's eyes. However, this hint of surprise was gone very quickly. When Tang Yu saw that Lin Lan was impervious to reason, he simply called Lu Yun and a bunch of helpers. With Lu Yun around, his confidence was immediately bolstered significantly. After Lu Yun took the 9th grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, his foundation was consolidated a great deal. His strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the shackles in one stroke, reaching middle greater sublime heaven. "Come men! Chase him away for me," Tang Yu said in a solemn voice. A group of people pushed and shoved, attempting to push Lin Lan away. But he did not budge an inch. It was naturally impossible for lesser sublime heavenly stratums to move a greater sublime heavenly stratum. But Lin Lan did not retaliate. A guard got impatient and directly kicked a foot on his body. He still did not fight back. "Stop! When Lu Yun saw this scene, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He came before Lin Lan and said, "You really want to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master?" Lin Lan said, "My mind is made up." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Why should I trust you?" Lin Lan said coolly, "It's useless to say any more. I'll use action to prove it." Lu Yun discovered that Lin Lan seemed to have become somewhat different. He felt that Lin Lan seemed to have let go of everything, even his entire person becoming much lighter. No sorrow or joy, no arrogance nor restlessness. This Lin Lan seemed to have become a different person from the Lin Lan that he knew before. It was impossible for this kind of temperament to be feigned. "Okay, I'll go and inform Nation Teacher. As for whether he'll meet you or not, it's not something I can control anymore," Lu Yun said. Chapter 2562, Blockhead. Chapter 2562, Blockhead. "You don't hate me?" "Hate? Hoo-hoo, this old man wants to thank you. If not for your timely warning, this old man would probably continue to have no accomplishments to my name just like this for life. Then on what basis do you think that I'll take you in as a disciple? Accepting or not is up to you, to acknowledge or not is up to me. This old man is just asking for his peace of mind. You, an exalted greater sublime heavenly stratum, can really put aside your ego and serve by my side? Slaving like a bull or horse, I won't hesitate. Okay then. From today onward, you'll stay in Nation Teacher Manor and be a servant. Remember, from now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to refine pills." Yes. Just like that, Lin Lan became a measly little servant of Nation Teacher Manor. This matter shocked the entire imperial city once more. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually willingly ran to Nation Teacher Manor to be a servant. It was hard not to cause a sensation even if one did not want it to. Lin Lan was not allowed to refine pills in Nation Teacher Manor. He could only soak in the medicine storehouse every day and sort out and extract heavenly medicines. This was simply the greatest torture and humiliation to someone who had once stood at the pinnacle of Eastward Country's alchemy path. People all thought that Lin Lan would definitely leave. However, they were all wrong. Lin Lan actually persisted. In the beginning, everyone was somewhat apprehensive of his former ident. Tai and strength. But gradually, the servants in Nation Teacher Manor discovered that Lin Lan did not dare to talk back or attack at all. Hence, they became brazen and fearless. Many servants even started bullying Lin Lan. Whatever dirty work and tiring work was thrown at him, Lin Lan did not reject anyone who came. Tang Yu and Yi Yuan were observing Lin Lan from a secret place. Tang Yu could not resist saying, "Big brother, isn't it a bit too much for us to treat Lin Lan like this? Right now, rumors outside are all saying that Lord Nation Teacher is narrow-minded and doesn't have forbearance." Just earlier, a maid from Nation Teacher Manor even bullied Lin Lan a little, making him go and empty the lavatory bucket. Lin Lan went to pour it away without making a sound. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance and said with a smile, "What about you? Do you think so too?" Tang Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "How can it be? Big brother is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Back then, when I insulted Big brother like that, Big brother didn't even do anything to me and just punished me lightly. How can you be a narrow-minded person? It's just that public clamor can melt metal." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Would we martial artists still care about what others say? Come, go over and take a look." When Lin Lan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I pay respects to Master Yi." Yi Yuan gave Lin Lan a glance and said with a sigh, "It's been half a year. You didn't seem to have grown at all." Lin Lan was taken aback and said, "This old man is ashamed." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not convinced." Lin Lan trembled and said, "This disciple doesn't dare." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You feel that I'm making you be a servant and not allowing you to refine pills. It's just in order to make fun of you? To test you?" Lin Lan's gaze revealed a look of confusion. Those eyes seemed to be saying, "Wasn't it so?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "You regained your original aspirations, but it's just that your comprehension ability is too poor. You're indeed not qualified enough to be my disciple. Compared to my disciples in the lower realms, you're far too lacking." By the side, Tang Yu almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. In the entire eastward country, apart from Yi Yuan, Lin Lan was the alchemy path's #1 person. This kind of powerhouse actually did not even have the qualifications to be his disciple? Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually said that Lin Lan, this greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, grade 2 heavenly alchemist, could not even compare to his disciples in the lower realms. This was a little too jarring. Now, Tang Yu was extremely certain that Yi Yuan was deliberately suppressing Lin Lan. Actually, according to Yi Yuan's criteria for accepting disciples, Lin Lan was indeed far worse than Yun Yi. Yun Yi worked as an apprentice in the Pill Tower and understood Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. But it had been half a year, Lin Lan was still completely confused. His intelligence was too low. When accepting disciples, Yi Yuan's requirements for talent were not high. What he wanted was someone who held awe and veneration in their hearts toward alchemy Dao. Someone who could restrain their temper. With just a glance and seeing Lin Lan again, Yi Yuan was sure that this former nation teacher regained his original aspirations for alchemy Dao. He was different now. However, he was a blockhead. In this half a year, he really did these miscellaneous CHORES as miscellaneous CHORES, without any accomplishments. If Yi Yuan still did not come out to give guidance, this guy could do it stupidly for all his life. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that his intelligence was too low. After all, an uncut jade like Yun Yi could not be encountered at will. Lin Lan did not think that there was anything and said respectfully, "Yes, this disciple is slow-witted. Master Yi, please say it explicitly." Yi Yuan did not speak, but he casually picked up a stalk of dragonbone GRAS and started extracting. The moment the Dao fire arose, the dragonbone GRAS melted rapidly. Lin Lan's pupils constricted, his gaze full of amazement. Very soon, Yi Yuan finished extracting, looked at Lin Lan and said, "How does my extracting the dragonbone GRAS now compare to back then?" Lin Lan drew a deep breath and said, "Master Ye's strength is many times stronger than back then." The first time the two people wagered, Yi Yuan extracting the dragonbone GRAS was already transcendent back then. But the extraction back then, when compared to this earlier, was on a completely different level. The shock in Lin Lan's heart could be imagined. So many years had passed. Yi Yuan was actually still spending energy on the extraction of dragonbone GRAS. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I used 18 years to cultivate the extraction of the dragonbone GRAS to the extreme. I used 8 years' time to refine the foundation establishment heavenly pill. I used more than half a year to cultivate the dragonbone GRAS to 7th grade. And then I used another full year's time to cultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill to grand completion 9th grade. With over 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, I only used 4 years' time to cultivate them to grand completion 9th grade. As for the Jasper regeneration pill, I only used several days to cultivate it to 9th grade. I know you never believed it all along that it was my first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill. However, that's the truth. How is this possible?" The words pushed Lin Lan's shock until it could not be Serpa. Said. That was right. He never believed it all along that it was Yi Yuan's first time refining it. But now, Yi Yuan recounted his alchemy experiences after ascending in detail from the very beginning. Only then did he know that that was really the first time. But only until now did he know that it turns out those 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, Yi Yuan actually cultivated all of them to the grand completion realm of 9th grade. He only used 4 years, This was simply too exaggerated. This was a report card. Furthermore, it was dazzling to the extreme kind of report card. Placed across True Yang Heavenly Domain, one probably could not find a second one. Only at this moment did Lin Lan become deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terror. Yi Yuan said, "Telling you these is not for the intention of showing off, but for you to understand that here at my place, one's foundation is the most important thing. I, Yi Yuan, won't do this kind of boring thing like taking revenge. If I'm not willing to take you in, you naturally won't be able to enter this door. Since you came in, there's no shortcut at my place. There is only hard work. I'll give you 1 year's time. After 1 year, if you can refine a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, I'll officially take you in as my disciple. If you can't do it, leave on your own." Chapter 2563. Apologize. Chapter 2563. Apologize. The goal that Yi Yuan set for Lin Lan could not be rated as not high. From 5th grade to 7th grade, it seemed like a very narrow gap, but it was extremely difficult to cross. The quality of heavenly pills, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, grand completion, each was a hurdler. Furthermore, the further back, the more difficult it was. Lin Lan could break through to the 5th grade by relying on the strength of grade 2 heavenly alchemist. But further up was something that was extremely arduous. If 7th grade was so easy to break through, then when Yi Yuan refined the 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, it would not have caused such a great sensation. Yi Yuan was able to do it by relying on his foundation that was tempered endlessly, coupled with his extraordinary talent. But to Lin Lan, it was the biggest test of his life. Ever since then, Lin Lan cultivated like he had gone mad. But the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. In the past, he had never attempted to spend so much energy on a basic heavenly pill before. But now, he discovered that it was simply a heavenly chasm from 5th grade to 7th grade. He was very perplexed how on earth Yi Yuan did it. That person was a freak. It was really not unjust at all that he lost so thoroughly. However, the current Lin Lan was no longer the original Lin Lan. After he lost that day, with all hope being dashed to pieces, he almost had the will to die. However, things would develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. He finally had a grand awakening and regained his original aspirations. He suddenly came to realize the truth, understanding that he already lost himself after so many years of being in a high position. Hence, that was why he would put everything down and return to acknowledge Master. But, even if he regained his original aspirations, wanting to improve was also not an easy thing. Only all the way until this moment did he know how huge the gap was from Yi Yuan. The dragon bone GRAS that Yi Yuan extracted that day was placed next to him. With each stalk that Lin Lan extracted, he would do a comparison. The result was often disappointing. This process was really incomparably devastating. Fortunately, Lin Lan persevered. A year later, Lin Lan's eyes were deeply sunken, his figure emaciated and his hair disheveled. It was as if he had climbed out of the grave. He held a heavenly pill in his heart, his throat emitting a strange hoo-hoo laughter, clamoring about wanting to see Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw this unbelievably barely adequate foundation establishment heavenly pill, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. "It's been really hard on you. All right, I'll reluctantly take you in," Yi Yuan said. "Ho ho! Thank you, Master Yi." Disciple pays respect to Master Yi. Amidst the strange laughter, Lin Lan kowtowed and acknowledged Master. Then, he directly fell down with a deafening noise. In the following days, Lin Lan started following Yi Yuan to cultivate. The task that Yi Yuan gave him was very simple. It was to refine a foundation establishment heavenly pill to 9th grade. As for grand completion 9th grade, Yi Yuan directly gave up on it. Lin Lan's natural endowments were too poor. There was no hope for grand completion at all. Even ninth grade was also a goal that was lofty and out of reach to Linlon. On this day, second prince suddenly came to Nation Teacher Manor in a hurry. Nation Teacher, Jade True Heavenly Sex Envoy is summoning you. Second prince said. Oh? What do they want to see me for? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Second prince said, a few years ago, the envoys discovered an ancient tomb in Inklight Forest. They suspect that it's the place of slumber of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. In order to enter this place, our eastward country suffered casualties of countless experts these few years. 2 years ago they finally opened up the ancient tomb. Hence, the few of them brought a large group of experts and entered inside. Who knew that just 3 days ago they returned. One of them is seriously injured and one is poisoned. Envoy Cheng ordered people to invite Nation Teacher over. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. No wonder so many years had passed, said, but the matter of investigating Jun Tian's death had always been all talk no action. It turned out that the Jade True Heavenly Sex people actually placed their thoughts on this. It made sense. Although Jun Tian was all-powerful in the Heavenspan world, he was merely just a minor character who was not valued in the Jade True Heavenly Sect. But the ancient tomb of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse could contain a huge lucky chance. How could they let it go? Above limitless sublime Heavenly Stratum was Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. This kind of powerhouse, even when looking at the entire True Yang Heavenly Domain, they were sovereigns of a region too. Casually leaving behind a bit of lucky chance was enough for greater sublime Heavenly Stratums to benefit endlessly. Their energy naturally had to be placed on this. So that's how it is. Let's go then. Linlon, you come along with me. There should be some use for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. When Qing Chongshan saw Linlon, he immediately said unhappily, why did you only come now? Dragging your feet, why haven't you quickly gone in? If you can't treat them, you know the consequences. As for the Yi Yuan by the side, he directly ignored him. Linlon still wanted to say something but saw Yi Yuan shake his head. He could only toughen his scalp and go in for treatment. The Emperor had his hands by the side, appearing fearful and respectful. Clearly, the pressure that this Jade True Heavenly Sect gave to him was too great. Yi Yuan and Second Prince wanted to follow in too, but they were stopped by Qing Chongshan. Stop! This place isn't where any random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry can enter. The few of you just wait here. Finished saying, he turned around and entered the palace. Second Prince had an awkward look and said with a bitter smile, Nation Teacher, the envoy didn't know that you're the Nation Teacher, so, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's okay. If Linlon can treat them, it saves me the trouble of taking action. With regards to this kind of people who had their noses in the air, Yi Yuan had seen too many of them. Getting angry with this kind of person was pointless to him. Boom. Before long, a bout of cursing and swearing came from inside, as well as the sound of fighting. Traz. H. Plus can't even treat this bit of injury, what do I want you for? Yi Yuan's expression changed and he rushed in with a flash. At this time, Qing Chongshan just happened to smash a fist onto Linlan's chest, directly SMAs. Hi+ing him flying. Linlan spurted fresh blood from his mouth wildly, already seriously injured. Eastward country is really a bunch of tras. Plus you can't even treat this bit of injury. Humph. Qing Chongshan said angrily. Similarly a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, Linlan was not Qing Chongshan's match at all. The disparity was too great. Stop! Qing Chongshan still wanted to attack when Yi Yuan shouted coldly. However, Qing Chongshan treated it as if he did not hear it at all, smacking another palm onto Linlan's chest. Qing Chongshan turned to glare at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, a lowly ascender, who the H.E.L. do you think you are, to also dare ask this envoy to stop? Did this envoy let you come in? His voice had yet to fade when Qing Chongshan turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually going to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes turned dark and his figure swayed, and he actually disappeared. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly had a large hole smashed out. But Yi Yuan already arrived beside the bed. His hand pressed onto the vitals of one of the women, his eyes dark as he said, "I asked you to stop, are you deaf?" Qing Chongshan's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Spatial rule, fine lad. However, I advise you to let her go. Otherwise, you'll regret being born in this world." Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said coolly, "Apologize." Qing Chongshan was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan said, "I asked you to apologize to Lin Lan. Looks like you're really hard of hearing." Qing Chongshan laughed loudly and said, "You're asking this envoy to apologize to a piece of trash? Who the hell do you think you are?" Chapter 2564. Save Some Strength. Chapter 2564. Save some strength. Is that so? Yi Yuan's hand exerted force. That woman spat out a mouthful of black blood with a spurt. When Second Prince and the Emperor saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. Damn it! This Yi Yuan was unbelievably inflexible. With this, he offended the envoy badly. Qing Chongshan's expression changed and he said, "Boy, you dare?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Say sorry." Qing Chongshan's eyes wanted to spew fire. He gritted his teeth and said to Lin Lan, "I can apologize, but do you think that you can bear it?" Lin Lan stood up swayingly, his gaze revealing a look of fear, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Master, why don't—" Yi Yuan cut Lin Lan off right away and said, "My Yi Yuan's disciple, there's nothing that can't be shouldered. If you feel that you can't bear it, you can leave right now." Lin Lan's entire body trembled, suddenly recalling back then at the Tang family. This master was that unyielding. Even if you were the why Jade Emperor, you could not deal with my people. A warm current flowed through in Lin Lan's heart. Such a master was worth following. All of a sudden, his gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "You just apologize, this old man can bear it." Qing Chongshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Good. Very good. This envoy wants to see how a trash like you can bear it. I am sorry." Lin Lan said coolly, "It's fine. Also, I'm not the nation teacher. My master is the nation teacher. I can't save them, but it doesn't mean that my master can't save them." Qing Chongshan's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. When he first saw Lin Lan, he directly overlooked Yi Yuan. How could a middle lesser sublime heaven possibly be the nation teacher? Rubus. Plus I heard that Eastward's nation teacher is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. How can it possibly be him? Qing Chongshan said in a great rage. Lin Lan said, "More than a year ago, this old man had a wager with Master. In the end, I was completely defeated at his hands. Ever since then, I've respected him as my master. This position of nation teacher is naturally his too." Qing Chongshan 3 people had been busy with the ancient tomb all along and did not hear that there were actually so many twists and turns. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged a middle lesser sublime heaven as master, and he was even an ascender. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and said, "Trash, are you kidding me? That kid is an ascender. So how can he possibly be a heavenly alchemist? In my view, your eastward country is really tired of living from top to bottom." The moment these words came out, the Emperor and Second Prince's countenances suddenly changed. Clearly, Qing Chongshan was genuinely enraged. "I don't know whether or not they are tired of living. But you're probably tired of living," Yi Yuan said coolly. Qing Chongshan sneered and said, "Ascender, are you threatening this envoy? Do you know who this envoy is?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who you are has nothing to do with me. But I know that compared to the two of them, you're in a little more danger. In less than 3 days, you'll die beyond a doubt. The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Qing Chongshan's aura was vibrant. He did not have any appearance of being injured or poisoned. So how could he face certain death? Qing Chongshan laughed loudly and said, "Boy, are you scaring me? Do you think that this envoy is so easy to scare? Moreover, what the hell do you, an ascender, know about alchemy, to dare spout a stream of empty rhetoric here?" Yi Yuan shrugged and did not have the intention of arguing. And right at this time, that woman beside Yi Yuan actually slowly woke up. Qing Chongshan's expression changed and he was immediately ecstatic. He rushed straight to the bedside and helped the woman up. "Junior apprentice Sister Wu Shuang, you're awake. How do you feel?" Qing Chongshan said agitatedly. Wu Shuang's essence, energy, and spirit was much better than just now. She nodded slightly and said, "Am much better?" Qing Chongshan said with pleasant surprise, "That's good. That's good then. Hang on. Your situation was clearly deteriorating nonstop just now. How did you suddenly become much better?" Wu Shuang said weakly, "I don't know either. Just now, the poison energy within my body was already almost attacking my heart. But suddenly, a bout of power forced it out. I spat a mouthful of blood and felt much better." Qing Chongshan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. It turned out that threatening earlier was actually treating Wu Shuang. Qing Chongshan was shocked in his heart. In merely a few short breaths of work just now, Yi Yuan could already control the direction of the poison energy within Wu Shuang's body, and force it out of the body? This kind of means was truly fantastical. At this time, his underestimation was long already put away. What replaced it was a hint of solemnness. By the side, Lin Lan, the Emperor and Second Prince, all had shocked faces. This means was truly fantastical. They all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was incredible, but they did not know that Yi Yuan's medical skills were actually so heaven-defying too. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was forcing Qing Chongshan to give in just now, who would have expected that he was actually treating Wu Shuang. Too strong. "Boy, treat junior apprentice Sister Wu Shuang well, your benefits won't be dispensed with," Qing Chongshan said. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, he still had a lofty and aloof appearance. In his eyes, ascenders were outliers, they not worthy of respect at all. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyebrows also furrowed. Then he said coolly, "This is your attitude of asking someone for help?" Qing Chongshan frowned and said, "Why? An ascender like you, this envoy not killing you is already showing grace. What does making you treat a bit count for? In this true yang heavenly domain, without my true heavenly sex protection, an ascender like you will find it hard to take a single step." Qing Chongshan looked down on Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai as an ascender from the bottom of his heart. Compared to eastward country these people, Qing Chongshan's feeling of standing high above the SES was even stronger. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Lan, let's go." The Emperor's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Nation teacher, what the envoy said is right. Without the true heavenly sex protection, ascenders will really find it hard to take a single step. In true yang heavenly domain, ascenders are aliens. Only in my remote land of eastward country will there be a little less hostility towards ascenders. You just have to take action and treat the envoys, and they will definitely protect you. Otherwise, once the true heavenly sect is enraged, my eastward country can't protect you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, not that I'm not giving you face. This Yi doesn't need other people's protection and also doesn't like to chase after people to treat their ailment. This Yi isn't so cheap yet. Asking me to see a patient also can. Show your sincerity. Also, Your Majesty, this Yi only came today on the account of your face. After today, those who want to receive medical help, come to Nation Teacher Manor yourselves. Finished saying, Yi Yuan was about to bring Lin Lan and leave. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Qing Chongshan gave a cold snort, his figure swaying and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even raise his eyebrows and said coolly, "Stop posturing here, save some strength. The faster you move, the faster you'll die. Your time is running out. If you want to live, put aside your baffling sense of superiority. Also, don't block in front of me. If I want to kill someone, you can't stop me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not care about Qing Chongshan's deadpan face at all and walked right past him. Clearly, the threat worked very well. Chapter 2565. Testing Poison with His Own Body. Chapter 2565. Testing Poison with His Own Body. Qiao, Kai, Yuan. After Yi Yuan left, Qing Chongshan's angry roar shook until the roof collapsed. He pointed at Qiao Kaiyuan's nose and scolded, "This is the nation teacher that you found? Qiao Kaiyuan, are you rebelling? Just you wait, this envoy will definitely report to the sect after returning to the sect this time and eradicate your eastward country." The Emperor and second Prince's complexions were ashen, feeling like the sky was about to fall down. Once the envoys were angered, eastward country could not withstand it. This father and son, two people, were like targets for venting, feeling helpless. It was clearly you who postured and were not willing to lower your head, angering Yi Yuan. You still wanted to frame the charges onto our heads. Who would we go find to reason things out? Both sides were big shots. Both sides could not afford to be provoked. The Emperor had an ugly expression as he said, "Envoy, please calm your anger. That Yi Yuan is indeed arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, but he has genuine ability too. His means earlier, you saw it too. He said that, Envoy, you have a problem in your body too. Why don't Envoy put aside your ego and request him for medical treatment?" Qing Chongshan sneered and said, "Ho-hoo, can this kind of half-genuine and half-sham trick scare this envoy? This envoy's body, don't I know it myself? With just the likes of him, what can he tell?" He naturally did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He felt that he was currently strong as a bull now. He did not listen to Yi Yuan's words at all. He looked at the Emperor and said with a cold smile, "Qiao Kaiyuan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Within half a day, have that punk get over here and apologize to this envoy. This matter will be left at this. If not, you know the consequence." The Emperor's complexion was ashen and could only bring second Prince and leave. At Nation Teacher Manor, Qiao Kaiyuan and second Prince urged Yi Yuan with earnest words and the best intentions for a long time. But he was unmoved. "The two of you don't need to waste your breath anymore." Calculating the time that KY envoy should be here, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances, both revealing disbelieving looks. "Nation teacher, Envoy Qing looks very healthy and doesn't seem like he has a problem at all. Were you mistaken?" Qiao Kaiyuan said. His voice had yet to fade when a servant came to report hurriedly, "Your Excellency, it's not good. Someone is vomiting blood as he's walking and rushed straight into Nation Teacher Manor. We can't stop him." Qiao Kaiyuan, father and son, as well as Lin Lan, trembled all over. This was also foreseeing with too much accuracy, right? Could it be that it was Qing Chongshan who came? Furthermore, Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Qing Chongshan really had a problem. Lin Lan's heart shook wildly. As a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, he actually did not even see any clues. Yi Yuan got up and went out to greet. Qiao Kaiyuan and the rest followed out with bellies full of shock. After walking a short distance, they saw Qing Chongshan swaying with every step, vomiting with each step, staggering over here. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly flicked his fingers repeatedly. An enchantment directly opened up, sealing the road that Qing Chongshan had walked over from. He already poisoned a large swathe coming all the way here. The servants had long already retreated very far away and did not dare to approach. This poison was very strong. All stay further away. Protect your body with divine essence. This poison isn't ordinary, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The others felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly followed suit. Save me. And Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, save me. Seeing Yi Yuan, Qing Chongshan seemed to have clutched the last life-saving saw, using the last of his strength to shout. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Not putting on your airs as an envoy now? Qing Chongshan said weakly, Master Yi, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Help me. When Qiao Kaiyuan saw this scene, he was also frightened badly and hurriedly said, Nation teacher, take it as we are begging you. He can't die in Eastward. Second Prince also said anxiously, Nation teacher, I'm begging you. Yi Yuan was full of unwillingness, but in all fairness, Qiao Kaiyuan father and son had treated him with courtesy. Moreover, there was also the Tang family, Lu Yun and Jiang Yu, these relations. Hi+PS. Once the Jade True Heavenly Sect was enraged, it was troublesome too. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and fired out a thin thread, attempting to probe into Qing Chongshan's body. Seeing this scene, Qiao Kaiyuan and the rest had ecstatic faces. However, the fine thread had not gotten close to Qing Chongshan yet and was actually burned to a crisp. Furthermore, a cloud of mist actually followed along the thread and crept over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly broke the thread off. Yi Yuan frowned and said, This poison is very troublesome. Qiao Kaiyuan said in surprise, Doesn't Nation teacher recognize this poison? Then how did you tell that there was something wrong with Qing Chongshan's body? Yi Yuan said, I guess it. I only saw that there was a very formidable poison hidden in his body, about to erupt. But I also didn't expect that this poison would actually be so strong. According to this kind of toxicity, he probably can't last past 2 hours. I just ascended not long and don't understand Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's poisons. It's a little troublesome to save him. Everyone had shocked faces. To actually be able to discern with one look, how terrifying his skill must be. However, Qiao Kaiyuan discerned it. Yi Yuan said that it was troublesome, not hopeless. Nation teacher, he can't die. As long as Nation teacher can save him, our Qiao family will follow Nation teacher for directions. Qiao Kaiyuan said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, All of you step back a little. Everyone was uncertain what it meant and retreated to a further place. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked over toward Qing Chongshan, who was already in a coma. Then, he actually reached his hand out toward the blood spot that Qing Chongshan vomited. When everyone saw the situation, they turned pale with fright. Master, you mustn't! Lin Lan exclaimed. Nation teacher. Qiao Kaiyuan father and son said in surprise. A little bit of black blood stained on Yi Yuan's hand. Practically instantly, that drop of black blood disappeared, fusing into the skin. Yi Yuan's expression changed abruptly, hurriedly sitting cross-legged and revolving his skill. The toxin was like a CLU. Ester of flames, instantly invading Yi Yuan's meridians. The toxicity far surpassed any poison that Yi Yuan had ever seen before. With regards to the 33 heavens poisons, Yi Yuan had never dabbled in them before. But Yi Yuan was not just the ancestor of alchemy. He was also the ancestor of using poison. Otherwise, he also would not have poisoned 100,000 celestial deity powerhouses to death back then. In order to study the poison path, Yi Yuan had once tested poison with his body countless times. Yi Yuan had long already formed his own set of methods to deal with toxins. The toxins that he introduced were very precise, not much but sufficient to be fatal. Yi Yuan wanted to use his body to feel this toxin and find a way to cure the poison from there. Very soon, a pitch-black color appeared on his face. Even his lips turned purplish-black. The symptoms were the same as Qing Chongshan's. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts leaped to their throat. What exactly is Nation Teacher trying to do? Isn't this tantamount to suiciding? Qiao Kaiyuan said nervously. Lin Lan said in a solemn voice, Master is testing the poison with his body. This is a method to understand toxins. It's just that there are extremely few people who dare to use it, because a single misstep and it's the outcome of death. Furthermore, this poison is extremely powerful. Master, he is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Chapter 2566. I am this stubborn. Chapter 2566. I am this stubborn. Black gas steamed up from Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying poison gas horrified people at the sight of it. Tang Yu's expression was ugly as he said, to be able to render a middle greater sublime heaven powerhouse without the slightest power to resist the damage of this poison to lesser sublime heavenly stratums can be imagined. What's Big Brother trying to do? Seeing Yi Yuan's appalling appearance, the people in the Nation Teacher manor were all terrified. They thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But very soon, the black fog around Yi Yuan gradually became thin. The black gas on Yi Yuan's body also gradually faded away. Finally, Yi Yuan recovered to his original appearance again. Everyone had blank faces, shocked, speechless. A deadly poison capable of killing a greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Nation Teacher was actually safe and sound? He's actually fine already? Lin Lan said with a dull expression. When Tang Yu saw this scene, he was beside himself with joy. But hearing Lin Lan's words, he frowned and said, Why? You hope that something happens to Big Brother so that you can become Nation Teacher again? Lin Lan shook his head and said, You don't know the danger in this. This poison is extremely hidden. Martial artists can't detect it at all in the early stages. But once it erupts, if I didn't guess wrongly, it can probably poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. For lesser sublime heavenly stratums, forget about testing the poison with their own bodies, they would practically die upon contact. Master's means can be rated as heaven-defying. When Tang Yu heard, he also opened his mouth wide, a look of shock on his face. His big brother's means, all of them were truly inconceivable. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was absolutely a supreme-level powerhouse to eastward country. If a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse came over, annihilating a country was normal too. This poison could poison such a powerhouse, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan. It could be seen how terrifying his means were. Qiao Kaiyuan had a look of shock as he said, Is Nation Teacher really an ascender? We have lived to this ripe old age and haven't seen such a heaven-defying ascender before. Lin Lan smiled bitterly and said, If Master isn't an ascender, curing this poison would likely be like eating rice and drinking water. If my conjecture is right, Master testing poison with his own body has likely already been run of the mill long ago. Not only is he an alchemy expert, but he is also a poison path grandmaster. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, his figure staggering a little. This poison was indeed powerful. Even if he forced the toxin out of his body, he could not quite bear it too. However, Qing Chongshan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, it could not be delayed anymore. Yi Yuan used his fingers as a sword, one stream of sword energy after another fired into Qing Chongshan's body, replacing needles with swords. Sword energy and the poison energy carried out a cruel to the extreme slaughter within Qing Chongshan's body. The poison energy was too strong, Yi Yuan's sword energy was too weak, melting upon contact. But Yi Yuan already tested the poison with his own body and already had a direct understanding of the trajectory path and prowess of this poison. Hence, that was why he dared to apply the needles. With a definite object in view, no matter how strong the toxicity, It was not a match too. The poison gas was forced out of the body bit by bit. Suddenly, Qing Chongshan's fingers moved slightly. Revolve your divine essence and follow the direction of my sword energy to A.S. salt. Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Qing Chongshan's whole body shook, feeling one surging ray of sword energy after another rush. H.I+ing without restraint within his body. And the toxins within his body were actually cut down by a lot. Qing Chongshan did not dare to be neglectful, hurriedly revolving divine essence. Two mighty forces gathered together. The toxin was immediately like water that breached the banks, fleeing in defeat. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan slumped to the ground. But Qing Chongshan was radiating with vigor anew. The poison in his body was already pretty much all healed up. Nation Teacher Manor was dwelling upon this with great relish. Nation Teacher is truly a miracle hand. This kind of strange poison, he actually cured it. Didn't you hear the former Nation Teacher? That poison can even poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. Our Nation Teacher is only lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and he can actually test the poison with his own body. Truly incredible. TSK, really feel honored to be working in the Nation Teacher Manor. With Nation Teacher around, it will be hard to die even if you wanted to. With regards to Yi Yuan's means, everyone was incredibly amazed. Barring no accidents, today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city very soon. The prestige of the Nation Teacher Manor would also be like the noonday sun. Lin Lan, dispose of the toxin, be careful, Yi Yuan said weakly. Qing Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan, his expression a little awkward. This poison attacked too suddenly and too fiercely. He did not even have time to resist, and his entire person crumbled. He thought that he was dead for sure, did not expect that he was actually saved. This ascender's methods were simply inconceivable. Qing Chongshan was deeply aware of this poison's prowess. Even those elders in the sect might not be able to resolve it too. This puny little ascender actually cured it. Thinking about how he was posturing in front of Yi Yuan previously, vowing solemnly that Yi Yuan was scaring him, he really wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, Qing Chongshan was very displeased in his heart. Having his face slapped like this by an ascender, he felt that his dignity was seriously challenged. The looks around him seemed so piercing. An ant should have treated him properly to begin with. Now it actually caused him to almost die. People were this strange sometimes. It was clearly you who helped him, but he felt that you did wrong. You even had to beg to help him. But Qing Chongshan was not a fool. It was impossible for him to fall out at this time. Wu Shuang and his junior apprentice brother still had to rely on Yi Yuan to do the treatment. A man under low eaves had no choice but to lower his head. Several years were required to go from eastward country to Jade True Heavenly Sect. It was hard for distant water to quench one's current thirst. If they were to return to the sect, Wu Shuang would have long died completely. Brother Yi, it was this Qing who was rash this time. This life-saving grace, this Qing will bear it in mind, and will definitely repay it. Qing Chongshan clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, if you want to thank His Majesty. With your attitude previously, it's impossible for me to save you. It was him who begged me bitterly to save you. Qing Chongshan had an awkward look and said with a smile, no matter what, Brother Yi acting to save this Qing is a fact. This favor, this Qing has remembered it. As for eastward royal family, this Qing will naturally repay generously. This KY fellow was really like a rock in the toilet, stinky and hard. If not for junior apprentice sister, did you think that I would be so humble and submissive towards you? After junior apprentice sister as well, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Do you think that you can be invincible under the heavens if you know spatial rule? Too naive. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, leave. My divine essence is depleted and have to go into closed seclusion. The moment Ching Chongshan saw this, he hurriedly said, Brother Yi, this Cheng's junior apprentice sister is still poisoned. Yi Yuan said coolly, I am this stubborn. If you talk to me nicely, everything can be discussed. But I gave you the chance. Want me to save them, also can. Bring out your sincerity. Finished speaking, he turned right around and left, leaving behind everyone with awkward faces. Ching Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan's back view, his gaze like a knife, almost wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this remote hinterland, he was actually being humiliated by an ascender like so. If he did not avenge this enmity, where would his face go? Qiao Kaiyuan was silent like a cicada in winter by the side, not daring to make a sound at all. Chapter 2567. A few pieces of jade slips. Chapter 2567. A few pieces of jade slips. Lord Envoy, we've investigated Deacon Jun's matter for many years and didn't find any leads either. But Yuqin found a trace of a clue recently. Eldest Prince said. Oh? Speak. Ching Chongshan said with a frown. Yuqin feels that Deacon Jun very likely died at Yi Yuan's hands. Eldest Prince's words were shocking. Ching Chongshan was greatly interested and said, What does this mean? Eldest Prince said, When Deacon Jun died, it was precisely when Yi Yuan ascended. Furthermore, he ascended from Inklight Forest. Yuqin knows that these words are somewhat fantastical, but Yi Yuan, this person, has too many mysteries to begin with. Ever since coming to Eastward Country, he has done too many impossible things. If Deacon Jun was careless, dying at his hands is also not something impossible. Ching Chongshan revealed a pondering look and fell silent. Eastward's general situation had settled, but Xiao Yuqin's heart was not dead. He had the intention of curry favor with Ching Chongshan, but these people's minds were not on this at all. Their movements and traces were elusive and secretive. Eldest Prince had long already investigated Yi Yuan inside out and already knew everything about the events after Yi Yuan ascended like the back of his hand. He discovered a coincidence that made him wildly ecstatic. That was that Jun Tian's death just happened to coincide with the time Yi Yuan ascended. Hence, he wanted to speak to Ching Chongshan, wanting to borrow Ching Chongshan's hand to take Yi Yuan down. As long as Yi Yuan fell, his chance would come. However, Ching Chongshan and company went deep into the ancient tomb and only returned recently. Who would have expected that after the few people came back, they would be injured and poisoned? Let alone did he expect that a conflict actually happened between Yi Yuan and the envoy. Eldest Prince felt that this was simply a send opportunity. As long as he informed Ching Chongshan about this matter, there was no need for him to say anything at all. Ching Chongshan would also help me remove this obstacle. To Ching Chongshan, whoever killed Jun Tian was not important. What was important was that there was an explanation to the sect. Of course, not anyone had this qualification to be the sacrificial lamb. Anyhow, capturing a random person back, how could the sect possibly believe that this was the murderer? Saying it out, it would be hard to convince the public too. Previously, the most suitable one was naturally Eastward Emperor. But now, it was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's prestige in Eastward was too high. It was even higher than the Emperor's. If he became the murderer and Ching Chongshan killed Yi Yuan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it could naturally deter the frontiers. Even a coincidence was also not as coincidental as this. As for whether or not Yi Yuan was really the murderer, it was not important at all. Very soon, Ching Chongshan figured out the crux involved, a hint of a smile revealing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Eldest Prince and said smilingly, Xiao Yuqin, you're very smart and know what this envoy needs. This news of yours is indeed very useful to this envoy. What you want, this envoy will give to you too. But what should be done in the future, it shouldn't need me to say any more, right? The moment Xiao Yuqin heard, he was overjoyed. He prostrated on the ground and said, Yuqin is envoy's man in the future. I'll dash my brains on the ground and lay down my life if need be. Qing Chongshan said, however, this boy is adept in spatial rule. His movement technique is extremely strange. He is not easy to deal with. I'll send a message back to the sect and request the sect to send experts over to capture this guy. As for this period of time, lay low for me. Xiao Yuqin was wildly elated and hurriedly said, Envoy, rest assured. Yuqin will definitely act in a low-profile manner. On this day, Qing Chongshan brought his junior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister, and carried a large number of gifts, and arrived at Nation Teacher Manor. Along the way it caused a great sensation. People naturally did not know that Qing Chongshan and Yi Yuan were on bad terms. They just knew that Yi Yuan was Eastwart's nation teacher. Even Jade True Heavenly Sect's envoy had to visit in person and seek medical treatment from nation teacher. This was too impressive. TSK, our eastward country is really impressive this time. Even the envoy has to pay a visit for medical treatment. I heard that the few envoys are very arrogant. Even the emperor has to be cautious when he sees them. But in front of nation teacher, they still have to put aside their ego. On that day, Envoy Qing was inflicted with a fierce poison, poisoning hundreds of people along the way. In the end, it was still nation teacher whose miraculous skill restored life, curing him. The residents of the impressive, awesome all felt proud when they saw their own nation teacher's awesomeness. Furthermore, ever since Yi Yuan took office as the nation teacher Manor's door had changed from the cold pride in the past and had become closer to the people. Anyone who was sick or had a disaster could come for consultation. Of course, the vast majority of the illnesses did not reach Yi Yuan here. There was naturally Lin Lan, Jiang Yu, and the Tang family managing it. But there were also some troublesome issues that Yi Yuan personally took action to resolve. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan had not served as the nation teacher for a long time, he was very much loved and respected among the people. When Qing Chongshan saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and clasped his hands as he said, Brother Yi, do you think this Cheng's sincerity this time is sufficient? Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi doesn't care about this undeserved reputation. Is there anything practical? Qing Chongshan had a smile hanging on his face but had immense hatred in his heart. But he also knew that not taking something out this time, he could not pass this hurdle. Feeling helpless, he took out a few jade slips and said them to Yi Yuan with both hands, saying, These few jade slips were obtained by this Qing in the ancient tomb this time. They were hidden in a secret place. This Qing almost lost my life on the spot in order to obtain them. It's just that there are extremely powerful restrictions on the jade slip. This Qing can't crack it either. But I think that they should be extremely valuable things. Yi Yuan received the jade slips and sunk his divine sense into it. Sure enough, it was blocked by a vast force. This restriction power was extremely strong, being unfathomable. Most likely, the information inside was extremely important. Yi Yuan naturally knew Qing Chongshan's thoughts. The things were good things, but one could not open them. So what was the use? These few pieces of jade slips, Qing Chongshan must have tried all kinds of methods already, and still could not open them. Those that he could open, he definitely would not take them out either. Hence, might as well do a convenient favor and give it to Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan had another idea. The restrictions in the jade slips were a treasure to Yi Yuan. As long as he could study them thoroughly, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments would definitely be able to go up a level. And Yi Yuan was even more interested in the things hidden inside. Yi Yuan was very satisfied with this gift. It could be said that everyone was happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Qing is thoughtful. This Yi likes this gift very much. Qing Chongshan smiled and said, Good that Brother Yi likes it. But he sneered endlessly in his heart. This restriction was laid down by a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. It was absolutely a grade 4 restriction. Just based on him, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, he also wanted to open it? Forget about Yi Yuan, even the elders in the sect most likely would not open it too. Moreover, take 10,000 steps back and say that even if he could open it, it would be hard to escape death too. Accepting the gifts, Yi Yuan naturally had to work. Wu Shuang's poison looked formidable, but actually, it was not considered very strong. At least, that was the case for Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan took action, it was naturally accomplished with ease. As for Qing Chongshan's junior apprentice brother's injuries, that was even less of a problem. Chapter 2568. Arrival from Jade True. Chapter 2568. Arrival from Jade True. There were a total of 3 jade slips given by Qing Chongshan. Yi Yuan played with one of the jade slips and said with a smile, Qing Chongshan thought that I can't access the jade slips. That's why he would give them to me with peace of mind. It's just a pity that he miscalculated. Although this restriction is powerful, as long as I comprehend a part of it, I'll be able to pry into the mysteries. What Yi Yuan was thinking of was not to crack the restrictions at all but to comprehend these restrictions. The difficulty of the two naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. The restrictions in the jade slips were extremely exquisite, far surpassing Yi Yuan's current understanding. Furthermore, he discovered that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's restriction technique was vastly different from his own formation Tao. Noting many ingenious aspects, Yi Yuan never even thought of it before in the past. These restrictions completely opened up another door for Yi Yuan. A new world unfolded before his eyes. Only then did Yi Yuan know that he underestimated the heroes of the world. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was a world that was composed entirely of rules. Everything here completely set a plane like the Heavenspan world. The more Yi Yuan studied these restrictions, the more he felt that they were unfathomable. He had a feeling of being a skilled master who accidentally obtained a heavenly work of literature. These restrictions were like nature itself, as if they were there originally. Suddenly, one day, the power of rule descended upon Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that my alchemy Tao rule hasn't reached grand completion yet, and then it's my formation Tao rule that reached grand completion first. This senior's formation Tao attainments are extremely insightful. He must have been an Astonies H.I.+ingly talented major character when he was alive. It's just a pity that he fell in Inklight Forest. Yi Yuan would never copy blindly when he gained enlightenment on Tao. He extracted the essence of these restrictions, removed the dregs, and integrated it into his own formation Tao. These few years, Yi Yuan's formation Tao attainments had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he already cultivated the first level of formation Tao rule to the realm of grand completion. Putting aside the contents inside these jade slips, just talking about this restriction, got to admit that Qing Chongshan gave him a big gift. Yi Yuan picked up a jade slip and proved his divine sense inside. Information flooded into his mind. Poison Sutra. What was recorded inside this jade slip was actually the method of using poison. Inside the jade slip, a variety of poisons and the methods were recorded. The poisons were very bizarre. Even Yi Yuan, this poison-using expert, also could not help but be lost in wonder. It turns out that the poison Qing Chongshan was inflicted by is called Silent Rupture, which is very fitting. This poison, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses can't block it. However, Qing Chongshan probably doesn't know that this poison wasn't purged cleanly. It's just incubating again. That's all, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Not that Yi Yuan did it on purpose, but that his cultivation realm was indeed too low, and Qing Chongshan was poisoned too deeply. It was just that Yi Yuan did not have a need to tell him these. He knew that Qing Chongshan would still deal with him, just take it as leaving a card up his sleeve. The other 2 pieces of jade slips also made Yi Yuan extremely excited. One of the pieces recorded the medicinal properties and growth habits of thousands of heavenly medicines, as well as dozens of precious pill formulas and alchemy experiences. A jade slip that was sealed up so solemnly, they were naturally not ordinary pill formulas. Furthermore, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The portion that was hidden by the restrictions was the essence. This jade slip was simply a precious treasure to Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Alchemy Path System was not of the same lineage as the Heavenspan world, but much more complex and Ma.'s sieve. Although Yi Yuan cultivated basic heavenly pills to the realm of grand completion, there was still a huge gap away from first-level grand completion. The heavenly pills that he cultivated were actually just in order to lay the foundation for the Jasper Regeneration Pill. It was a kind of cultivation. But actually, how could basic heavenly pills be just 20 over kinds? The burden was heavy and the path was long. But this jade slip could give Yi Yuan immense reference value, and could save him a lot of detours. As for the last jade slip, there were several cultivation methods and martial techniques recorded on it. These 3 jade slips could be said to be 3 treasure vaults. Most likely, they were the cultivation experiences and legacy of the ancient tomb's master. Qing Chongshan gave it to him just like that. Yi Yuan thought about it and decided to study the Poison Sutra first. Qing Chongshan definitely would not let him off easily. If he grasped the Poison Sutra, it could tend to achieve unexpected result. Yi Yuan's current strength was too weak. The Heavenspan mountain could not see the light too. He naturally had to take extreme measures to protect himself. He was the ancestor of using poison in the first place. He naturally would not be unfamiliar with this way. Learning it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the various poisons recorded in the Poison Sutra, as well as the methods and techniques of poisoning, they were incomparably miraculous. Yi Yuan benefited endlessly too. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao. I didn't expect that the sect actually sent you here. Seeing the expert that the sect sent, Qing Chongshan could not help being overjoyed. Zhao Kuan was among the top 10 intersects disciples of the Jade True Heavenly Sect. His strength could virtually instantly kill Qing Chongshan. Furthermore, Zhao Kuan's most daunting aspect was his movement technique. With him taking action, was he still scared of Yi Yuan running? Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort and said, "You actually can't even take care of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum ascender. You're really a piece of Traz." Plus, in front of Zhao Kuan, Qing Chongshan put away all of his pride and said with a fawning smile, "What Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao says is right. It's Junior Apprentice Brother who is incompetent. It's just that the boy is proficient in spatial rule, which is very troublesome. Of course, I also won't trouble Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao to labor in vain. This is a little show of appreciation. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao, please accept it." Zhao Kuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in surprise, "Brightfall Feather Transforming Heavenly Pill." Qing Chongshan smiled and said, "Precisely so. This younger brother found an ancient tomb in Eastward Country in recent years and occasionally had gains inside. This heavenly pill is to show filial respect for Senior Apprentice Brother." Zhao Kuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "What you obtained shouldn't be just one heavenly pill, right?" Qing Chongshan had an awkward look as he said, "Senior Apprentice Brother is smart. The treasures obtained this time, the most important ones should be the few pieces of jade slips. It's just that, they are currently in Yi Yuan's hands." Finished saying, Zhao Kuan briefly recounted what had happened before. Of course, out of his mouth, Yi Yuan naturally became the big villain, threatening with treating the poison, forcing him to hand over the jade slip. After Zhao Kuan heard, he snorted coldly and said, "What a useless Traz. Plus my Jade True Heavenly Sect's face has been utterly lost by you." Qing Chongshan was helpless and could only repeatedly say yes. If not for being compelled against his will, he also would not have had the sect send someone over. But since he came, The benefits that he obtained in the ancient tombs naturally had to be shared with the other party. But borrowing Zhao Kun's hands to get rid of Yi Yuan was also worth it. However, a mere ascender can actually resolve this kind of strange poison. He has quite the skill. Qing Chongshan want me to take action, can. But you have to take out another 5 bright fall feather transforming heavenly pills, or equivalent heavenly pills. Additionally, I want those few jade slips too. Zhao Kun said. Qing Chongshan grimaced and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. In reality, he was delighted in his heart. The gains in the ancient tomb this time far exceeded imagination. Merely 5 heavenly pills, it was still within the scope that he could bear. Of course, these could not be expressed. Instead, he had to feign a pained appearance. Lead the way. I want to see whether or not this ascender has supernatural powers. Zhao Kun said coolly. Chapter 2569. You know again? Chapter 2569. You know again? Big brother. Things are bad. Things are bad. The experts in the royal palace have all moved out and surrounded Nation Teacher Manor. Eldest Prince is currently clamoring outside, asking you to go out and die. Tang Yu ran over with a panicky look, shouting at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan walked out of the secret chamber and said coolly, "Oh? What's going on?" Tang Yu said in a panic, It's the Lord Envoy." Eldest Prince borrowed Lord Envoy's strength and launched a coup d'état. Right now, Eldest Prince has controlled the royal palace and sent out all of the powerhouses surrounding Nation Teacher Manor until not even water can seep through. Yi Yuan did not reveal a look of surprise and said, "So that's how it is. Since Qing Chongshan has made a move, then is it that reinforcement has arrived?" Tang Yu was stunned and said, "How did you know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With Qing Chongshan's personality, if he had confidence in killing me, he wouldn't have waited until today. The reason why he kept maintaining a decent relations, HI+P with me, isn't it for the sake of waiting for reinforcements?" Tang Yu said in surprise, "Since Big Brother knows that he's going to harm you, why didn't you leave earlier? The one he invited this time is Jade True Heavenly Sex Intersect Rankings Top 10, Zhao Kun. His strength is extremely formidable. Most likely, it's to target you, Big Brother." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "If I leave, you'll be dead for sure. Your Tang family, including Second Prince none will be able to survive." Tang Yu was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually stayed for their sakes. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart, tears almost burst out. Following such a big brother was really great. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Big brother, there are too many experts outside. Even if your movement technique is incredible, it's likely hard to escape too. Have Master Lin protect you and charge out from the side door. I'll cover the rear." "Pa." Yi Yuan directly gave him a slap and scolded with a laugh, "Cover your ass. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between Qing Chongshan's teeth, and yet still want to cover the rear. Come, go out and take a look." Finished speaking, he walked straight towards the door. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Eldest Prince immediately went up to welcome, and said smugly, "Yi Yuan, you're done here. Surrender obediently without resistance, otherwise, the entire Nation Teacher Manor will have to be buried in death with you today." Pa. Only to see a figure sway, Eldest Prince directly flew out. "Who the hell do you think you are? Is there the right for you to speak here?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully. The royal palace's experts had blank faces. This guy was too arrogant. Already reaching this situation, he actually still dared to make a move first. Zhao Kun smiled and said, "Hoo, got some character. Brat, heard that you ascended from Inklight Forest. Jun Tian was killed by you, right?" Yi Yuan ignored him and said to Qing Chongshan, "Qing Chongshan, you guys are treating your savior like this?" Zhao Kun's face instantly turned black. Freaking got ignored. Could it be that this boy was blind? Couldn't he tell that he was the biggest one standing in the middle? Ching Chongshan sneered and said, Savior? Heh heh, the entire eastward country under my Jade True Heavenly Sect's rule. Eastward Emperor's life. My Jade True Heavenly Sect can decide it with one word. You, a mere Eastward's nation teacher, shouldn't saving the envoy be your duty? Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, So that's how it is. Then what are you besieging my nation teacher manor this time for? Zhao Kun had a black face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you deaf? I'm asking you whether it was you who killed Jun Tian. Yi Yuan looked at Qing Chongshan and still smiled as he said, Qing Chongshan, you should know that you can't kill me. Ignored again. Qing Chongshan was awkward to the extreme by the side. This guy definitely did it on purpose. The others were also silent like cicadas in winter. Zhao Kun's fury had practically already burned throughout the entire nation teacher manor. Everyone could clearly feel his wrath. Everyone knew that Zhao Kun was the person in charge here. Yet, Yi Yuan completely ignored him, and kept on conversing with Qing Chongshan. This ignorant attitude was simply superb. Hoo-hoo, boy, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Zhao Kun took a step out, the aura on his body instantly rose to the peak. The faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Upper greater sublime heaven. Such an existence was virtually invincible in eastward country. When Qing Chongshan saw Zhao Kun fly off the handle, he smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, I can't kill you. But senior apprentice brother, Zhao can kill you like killing a dog. You really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to dare provoke him. Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said smilingly, Qing Chongshan, you seem to be very pleased with yourself. But do you know that the poison in your body hasn't been completely cured? If I'm killed, even immortals will find it hard to save you too. I dare to bet that no one in your Jade True Heavenly Sect can cure the poison of silent rupture. Qing Chongshan's expression changed wildly, but he immediately sneered and said, Boy, who are you scaring? The poison in my body isn't cured, don't I know it myself? My strength has long already recovered to the peak and even faintly shows signs of breaking through. Yi Yuan revealed a look of sudden realization and said with a smile that was not a smile, Oh, you know again? This smile was like carefully concealing a secret. When Qing Chongshan saw it, he could not help feeling uncertain in his heart. He suddenly remembered how Yi Yuan said that he was poisoned back then. At that time, he did not believe it either. As a result, he almost died. Yi Yuan's smile clearly pointed at something. He said in a solemn voice, What do you mean? Could it be that you did something to my body back then? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, The poison you're inflicted with is called silent rupture. This poison is invisible and colorless. It can incubate in the body for a long time. But once it erupts, it's incomparably violent. Even lesser sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses will find it hard to escape death too. On that day I had indeed forced out all the toxins in your body. But that can only treat the symptoms and not cure the root cause. There's still a small part of the toxin that's hidden in your body. It might erupt again at any time. Qing Chongshan's legs turned soft when he heard it, almost falling to the ground. Didn't that mean that a time bomb was placed in his body? Humph! How can you, an ant who just ascended, possibly know such a high-level poison? Want to come up with a lie to bluff me? Do you think that I'm so gullible? Qing Chongshan said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This still have to thank you. If not for the jade slips that you gave me, I naturally wouldn't know these. But now I know. The moment these words came out, Qing Chongshan and Zhao Kun trembled all over at the same time, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Why, you cracked the jade slips restrictions? That's impossible. Boy, do you take me to be dumb? Qing Chongshan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kun converged his aura and suddenly said, Junior apprentice brother, when you got poisoned, did you feel like there was a volcano erupting within your body, every pore in your body from head to toe seeming like it's rupturing? No matter how you revolve your divine essence, it would be instantly burned by the poison energy? Ching Chongshan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, and he cried out in surprise. As senior apprentice brother, how did you know? Zhao Kun took a deep breath and said, Sure enough, I think that he shouldn't be bluffing you. This poison is indeed called silent rupture. Furthermore, this poison has no cure. Chapter 2570. Windward Topple. Chapter 2570. Windward Topple. Thud, thud, thud. Ching Chongshan took several steps back in a row, his face blank. As senior apprentice brother, you aren't joking, right? Ching Chongshan forced a smile as he said. But Zhao Kun shook his head and said, Not joking. I've seen before records in the sect's ancient books. This is the unique poison of Zhong Jianqiu, who was once known as the 5 Great Heavenly Regions number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven. Those who get poisoned by it have no chance. Silent rupture, if it's in the incubation period, it can still be suppressed through medicine. But, once it erupts, under Jade Sovereign Heaven will definitely die without a doubt. It seems that the ancient tomb you discovered might be his place of demise. Talking until here, a hint of greed flashed across in Zhao Kun's eyes. Zhong Jianqiu had once been famous across the 5 great heavenly regions, known as Jade Sovereign Heaven's number 1 person. How could such an existence be of the common sort? The legacy that he left behind was definitely a priceless treasure. Ching Chongshan, this fool, actually gave it to Yi Yuan with both hands. However, there was no harm either. Since he came, he could naturally get it back from his hands. Ching Chongshan had a panicky look and muttered under his breath, Impossible! Impossible! I clearly can't detect any poison at all. Zhao Kun said, This is also this poison's formidable aspect. It's completely undetectable in its incubation period. But once it erupts, even immortals will find it hard to save. Talking up to here, Zhao Kun could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. Silent rupture's poison could be said to make people tremble with fear when they hear it. Yi Yuan could actually completely suppress it when it erupted. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. One had to know this was an incurable poison. At this time, Ching Chongshan's lover, Wu Shuang, became anxious. She begged Zhao Kun and said, Senior apprentice brother Zhao, I beg you, you must save senior apprentice brother Cheng. Zhao Kun smiled and said, Want me to take action? Of course you can too. But 70% of the treasures of your trip will belong to me. Furthermore, I get to pick. Ching Chongshan's expression changed and he said, Senior apprentice brother Zhao, this is too overboard, right? Zhao Kun said coolly, Compared to your life, it's not considered overboard. If you weren't poisoned, I naturally wouldn't have made this demand either. But since you have to turn to me for help, then you naturally have to pay the price. Everyone came out to make a living and… Oh, body was a fool. How could the exalted number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven's tomb possibly only have a mere 5 heavenly pills? It was just that, within the same sect, it was not good to go too overboard for some things. After all, Ching Chongshan informed the sect about this matter. If Ching Chongshan died bizarrely, the sect would definitely have to look into it. But, since Ching Chongshan begged him, that was different. Ching Chongshan's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and said, Okay. As long as senior apprentice brother takes action, I'll give senior apprentice brother 70%. Zhao Kun smiled slightly and said with a nod, Okay, swear the origin divinity heavenly curse then. Wait. It doesn't seem like you guys have the final say as to whether to cure the poison or not, right? Shouldn't you all ask for my opinion? Yi Yuan suddenly interrupted. This senior apprentice brother, few people, negotiating terms back and forth, directly put Yi Yuan, this person curing the poison, to one side. Qing Chongshan's so-called taking action was naturally having Zhao Kun take Yi Yuan down, and forcing Yi Yuan to cure the poison. He had long expected Qing Chongshan and Zhao Kun's attitude. What disappointed him was that even Wu Shuang also turned a deaf ear to him, this savior. Qing Chongshan was poisoned. She did not beg to him but went to beg to Zhao Kun instead. Clearly, she did not take his life or death to heart. Or should he say, she never cared about what he thought at all? Truly laughable. These few people were really a real-life version of the story, the farmer and the viper, making people's hearts go cold. One regardless of Yi Yuan's attitude. He saved the three people's 3 lives. This was a fact. But these senior apprentice brother 3 people, not a single one was actually grateful to him. The disciples that came out of J-True Heavenly Sect really let Yi Yuan broaden his knowledge. Zhao Kun swept a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "An ant asks you to do what, you just have to do accordingly. What's the use of asking for your opinion? I know that you're skilled in spatial rule, but in front of me, any of your means is futile. Of course, if you put up a stubborn resistance, I have 1,000 ways to make you submit obediently. Almost forgot, you were provoking me earlier, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What did you say? A dog is barking, I can't understand." Hiss. Yi Yuan's provocation made everyone's scalps tingle. Nation Teacher's gall was also too fat. Already at this point, he was actually still so unyielding. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Sure enough, Zhao Kun's gaze turned sharp and he said with a cold smile, "Very good, looks like you're really courting death. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H. Plus, the moment Zhao Kun's imposing aura released, the powerful pressure crushed everyone once more. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You probably don't know that I'm famous for my movement technique in J-True Heavenly Sect. You still want to show off in front of me with your little tricks?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kun was triggered by Yi Yuan's smile. Snorting coldly, his figure instantly disappeared. Vanished. Not vanished, it's too fast. Fast until we can't see. This is also too heaven-defying, well-deserving of being J-True Heavenly Sect's inner disciple. Zhao Kun's figure disappeared, immediately attracting a burst of exclamations. Such a strange movement technique they had really never seen before. Qing Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Foolish thing, senior apprentice brother Zhao cultivated the sect's celestial immortal deceptive steps to an extremely profound realm. Even top 10 powerhouses have a big headache when they clash with him." But right then, Yi Yuan suddenly scattered a handful of light yellow powder into the air. The moment the powder appeared, it scattered in the wind. When Qing Chongshan saw, he laughed even harder and said, "Ha ha ha, you aren't a fool, right? Just based on this pile of powder, you want to deal with senior apprentice brother Zhao?" Dong. His voice had yet to fade when a figure suddenly fell from the air. Zhao Kun's body fell to the ground heavily, twitching endlessly. At this time, Zhao Kun's face was contorted, like he was suffering from epilepsy, his mouth and eyes askew, twitching on the ground non-stop. Qing Chongshan's eyes were almost popping out. Everyone present had blank faces. What happened? A moment ago, Zhao Kun had an unstoppable momentum, as if an body on earth could beat him. In the next second, he was actually spasming? Spasm ing. An upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse was actually spasming. What the hell did you do to senior apprentice brother Zhao? Qing Chongshan said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I already said, I opened the Jade Slip's restrictions and learned some things from there, and refined this thing. This thing is called Windward Topple. You should have heard of it before, right?" Qing Chongshan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock, Windward Topple. You actually learned Windward Topple? Then aren't we His voice had yet to fade when Ching Chongshan's mouth and eyes and went askew, his entire person suddenly started convulsing. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Dong! 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 One powerhouse after another directly fell down, twitching on the ground. Tang Yu and the rest were dumbfounded by it. The sight of several hundred people toppling to the ground at the same time, eyes showing whites and twitching on the ground, was really too spectacular. 1. The story concerns a farmer who finds a viper freezing in the snow. Taking pity on it, he picks it up and places it within his coat. The viper, revived by the warmth, bites his rescuer, who dies realizing that it is his own fault. Chapter 2571, Jade-Faced Swordsman. Chapter 2571, Jade-Faced Swordsman. Big brother, you're really too incredible. What on earth is this windward topple? Why is it so powerful? Tang Yu raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Looking at the seemingly dead bodies all over the floor, Tang Yu had some lingering fear in his heart. The scene previously was really too deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan scattered a handful of powder just like that and put down several hundred powerhouses. Even a powerhouse like Zhao Kuan actually could not resist it either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Windward topple is a kind of powerful anesthetic. It won't scatter when the wind blows and won't become disorderly with a palm strike. But one will topple upon contact. Unless you prepare the antidote in advance, otherwise, it's incurable under limitless sublime heavenly stratum." When Tang Yu heard, he could not help being tongue-tied. This thing was also two freakies. But you paralyze them. How will this mess be cleaned up? If the Jade-True Heavenly Sect knows, they will definitely destroy Eastward Country. Tang Yu said with a frown. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have my own ways." As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle again and waved it under the noses of Zhao Kuan and company. Roughly an hour later, Zhao Kuan slowly recovered, and his twitching also became sporadic. But the occasional twitch still made people simmer with laughter. "P-punk, you dare to make a move against me, you're dead for sure." Zhao Kuan threatened Yi Yuan as he twitched. Jade-True Heavenly Sect's disciples were rampant because their sect was strong. Just with Jun Tian dying, the Jade-True Heavenly Sect was indifferent about it. But Zhao Kuan dying was different. Zhao Kuan was one of the inner sect's top 10 disciples with a promising future. If he died in Eastward Country, Jade-True Heavenly Sect would definitely send down its wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A captive, can you stop posturing to me or not? Oh, forgot to tell you. What I let you smell earlier was called 77 Soul Recall. This poison, I believe that with Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao's extensive knowledge and wide experiences, you should have heard of it before, right?" Hearing this name, Zhao Kuan could not resist twitching. This time, he was frightened into twitching. 77 Soul Recall was unbelievably vicious. Once the poison erupted, one would be forcibly tormented for 7 by 7, 49 days, before they kicked the bucket. In these 49 days, each day would be more miserable than the last. Ordinary people could not endure until the 10th day at all and would commit suicide. And this poison was precisely another specialty poison of the number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhong Jianqiu. Of course, these poisons were all poisons before he became famous. After he broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, he no longer used these low-level poisons. However, using it to deal with him, Zhao Kuan, was enough. What do you want?" Zhao Kuan said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I don't want anything. I'm just planning on going to Jade-True Heavenly Sect together with you guys." Zhao Kuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "You want to go to Jade-True Heavenly Sect?" Not just Zhao Kuan, Tang Yu and the rest had surprised faces too. "Big brother, what are you going to the Jade-True Heavenly Sect for?" Jade-True Heavenly Sect discriminates against ascenders the most. "If you go, wouldn't it be walking right into a trap?" Tang Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, I naturally have my own reasons for going to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Brother, all good things must come to an end, let's split up here. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would leave sooner or later, when this day really came, Tang Yu still felt very reluctant. From having an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan, to becoming Yi Yuan's hardcore follower now. His admiration toward Yi Yuan could no longer be described using words long ago. Big brother, Tang Yu choked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need to worry. Although the Jade True Heavenly Sect is averse to ascenders, they probably crave talents like a thirsty person craves for water too. Coupled with the strong recommendation of an inner sect top 10 disciple, I presume that entering the sect shouldn't be hard. Isn't that right, senior apprentice brother Zhao? Zhao Kuan's expression flickered indeterminately and even twitched from time to time. But in the end, he could only nod too. No choice, being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right, heavenly alchemists were very scarce in Jade True Heavenly Sect too. With Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength, he could naturally gain a firm foothold after he went. Just like that, Yi Yuan reverse-detained Zhao Kuan 4 people, and set off for Jade True Heavenly Sect. As for Lin Lan, Yi Yuan had him stay in Eastward Country for the time being. He, an ascender, bringing a disciple into the sect, would be seriously conspicuous. Zhao Kuan 4 people were depressed. They came to capture people. In the end, they became other people's captives now. In Eastward Country, Yi Yuan rescued second prince and sentenced eldest prince to death. The struggle for the throne finally fell under owners. HI plus P2. After settling everything, Yi Yuan detained the 4 people and headed to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan was going to Jade True Heavenly Sect firstly, in order to look for the Heavenspan Mountain's secret. Secondly, he also wanted to find a way to save Mu Lingxue. This kind of major sect with a deep foundation had many miraculous means. Perhaps they had the method to condense the divine soul? Of course, going to Jade True Heavenly Sect had some risk too. If the sect was hostile towards ascenders, he also had the possibility of delivering himself into the tiger's maws. However, with Zhao Kuan this bargaining chip around, Yi Yuan felt that the likelihood was not high. Yi Yuan was confident that with his alchemy path strength, he would be able to gain a firm foothold in Jade True Heavenly Sect. As for Jun Tian, this trouble, it was actually not considered troublesome at all. Just say that Jun Tian encountered a grade 2 true spirit in Inklight Forest and it would be done. An outer sect deacon's life and death, the sect definitely thought nothing of it. As for Yi Yuan, that was just a misunderstanding. Obtaining a transcendent heavenly alchemist and losing an insignificant outer sect deacon. Weighing which was more important, he believed that the lords in the sect could gauge whether to advance or retreat. Going to Jade True Heavenly Sect this time, it needed several years of trekking, and passing through more than 10 major countries midway. These countries were all under the Jade True Heavenly Sect's rule. A month later, the party left Eastward Country's borders and arrived in the ancient Dawn Country's borders. In front of them was a stretch of desolate land. Yi Yuan, you used poison to control us. Aren't you afraid of the sect's elders discovering it? Zhao Kuan said in a solemn voice. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. So how could he be willing to be controlled by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're also looking down on the number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven's poison arts too much. The reason why I chose the 7/7 Soul Recall poison is naturally that it isn't easy to be figured out. As long as you all take my medicine on time, even if a grade 3 heavenly alchemist is here, they also won't discover that you all are poisoned. This is unless Jade True Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses inspect you guys personally. Except, is there that possibility? Zhao Kuan's expression changed, feeling despair in his heart. Thinking of how he had to live under Yi Yuan's despotic power every day from now on, he was practically going insane. But what could going crazy do? Originally, He thought that he could make a big killing this time. Who would have expected that he actually buried himself alive in the end? Thinking up to here, his wrath knew no bounds and a foot kicked onto Ching Chongshan's body, kicking him flying. It's all you, this pig. If not for you, how could I be controlled by others? Zhao Kun bellowed. Along the way, it was already not the first time that such a thing happened. Ching Chongshan crawled up and said with a cold smile, "If I'm a pig, aren't you one too?" A dignified intersex disciple that ranked among the top 10 actually got taken down by someone without even knowing it. When Zhao Kun heard that, he said in a great rage, F** King H. E.L.L. Your father will kill you. Suddenly, his figure stopped, because he discovered that a white-robed swordsman was currently walking over with his hands behind his back. His gaze turned intent and he cried out in surprise, "A ascender! A limitless sublime heavenly stratum ascender! Your jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing." Chapter 2572. 5 Light Heavenly Region. Chapter 2572. 5 Light Heavenly Region. Jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing? Yi Yuan looked at the arrival with a frown, muttering to himself. This was his first time seeing an ascender apart from himself. The person in front of him did not hide his strength but displayed it openly. This imposing aura, he had clearly already broken through greater sublime heavenly stratum and reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, this person walked over calmly, but was like a sharp sword, forcing people until they could not open their eyes. Strong. This was the first impression that jade-faced swordsman gave Yi Yuan. A hint of solemnness also flashed across Yi Yuan's face. This person was too strong, he was unable to contend at all. Looking at the reactions of Zhao Kun and the rest, the arrival did not come with friendly intentions. Luo Yunqing walked over slowly, seemingly slow, but in reality fast, arriving in front of them in a few breaths. "Young man, come with me. True Yang heavenly domain isn't suited for you." Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect that this Luo Yunqing was actually here to solicit him. Zhao Kun had a shocked face as he said, "Jade-faced swordsman Luo Yunqing actually came personally to be the guide." Yi Yuan was at a loss, completely not knowing what they were talking about. Although he had arrived at Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven for a number of years, it was only limited to the remote land of Eastward Country. So he did not understand many things, such as this guide. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and asked with a frown, "Guide?" Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient, saying with a light smile, "Ascenders are scattered in all regions. However, in the vicinity of these 5 great heavenly regions, apart from 5 light heavenly region, the other 4 great heavenly regions are extremely averse to ascenders. In those regions they will kill on sight. Therefore, 5 light heavenly regions send out many guides to enter deep into the 4 great heavenly regions, and guide ascenders into the 5 light heavenly region." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. 5 light heavenly region resisted the 4 great heavenly regions with the power of 1 region. So they naturally needed a lot of fresh power. But ascenders were spread all over the various major heavenly regions. Apart from 5 light heavenly region, there were very few ascenders who could survive. Hence, that was why there was a need for guides. However, looking at the expressions of Zhao Kun and the rest, this Luo Yunqing had a rather high status among guides. Yi Yuan shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have the plans of going to 5 light heavenly region for the time being." Zhao Kun's eyes became wide saucers, a look of astonishment on his face. That was Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing came to fetch him personally. How huge a face was this? This guy actually did not buy it. But Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, "You can't go to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Believe me, if you go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, you'll die beyond a doubt." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I don't believe that." Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient and said, I know that your alchemy strength is head and shoulders above all others, but you don't know Jade True Heavenly Sect's upper echelons attitude toward ascenders. Yi Yuan asked curiously, Oh? What attitude? Luo Yunqing said, The stronger you are, the more apprehensive Jade True Heavenly Sect will be toward you. Because Jade True Heavenly Sect's founding ancestor, Yen Jade True, was severely wounded by my 5 light heavenly regions major power, and he perished in the end. And Jade True Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also lost because of this. Therefore, Jade True Heavenly Sect is extremely antagonistic toward ascenders. If you go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, you'll die without a doubt. After Yi Yuan heard, his heart could not calm down for a long time. He did not expect that Yen Jade True actually died at the hands of 5 light heavenly regions major power. If it was really as Luo Yunqing said, then he would really be walking right into a trap if he went to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Kun and said in a solemn voice, Is what he said true? Zhao Kun had a blank face as he said, I don't know. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, This matter, very few ordinary disciples know of it, only those old undyings know. But in Jade True Heavenly Sect, they are extremely antagonistic toward ascenders. This is an undeniable fact. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, appearing somewhat hesitant. Luo Yunqing continued, Whether what I said is real or fake, you'll naturally know in the future. But it's clearly not worth it for you to go and take the risk now. You're a clever man, so you know what and how you should choose. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and said, You seem to understand me very well. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, I've already laid low in Eastward Imperial City for close to 10 years. If not for you suddenly wanting to go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, I wouldn't have shown myself either. If I take action here, I believe that Jade True Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country too. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually being monitored for as long as 10 years. But Luo Yunqing had indeed considered things for him very much already. He knew that he regarded the connections in Eastward Country very highly, so he deliberately chose to take action at the border between the two countries. With Luo Yunqing's strength, wanting to forcibly take him away did not take any effort at all. But this level of powerhouse actually laid low for him for 10 years. Furthermore, he was persuading him patiently here. Clearly, he regarded him very highly. Luo Yunqing could be said to have treated him extremely politely already. If he was still not sensible, it could not quite be justified anymore. Yi Yuan made up his mind and said, All right, I'll go with you. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, Many thanks, Brother Yi, for your understanding. Thud. Right at this time, Zhao Kun suddenly knelt down and sobbed, Lord Luo, spare our lives. Clearly, they dreaded this Luo Yunqing to the extreme. Luo Yunqing did not speak. Several streaks of cold light flashed past, and the 4 people were killed instantly. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. With his eyesight, he actually did not see how Luo Yunqing unleashed his sword. Strong. Really very strong. For people dying, Luo Yunqing seemed to have done an insignificant thing and still smiled faintly as he said, My sword is very easy to recognize. Jade True Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country. Now, what else do you want to ask? Luo Yunqing killed people in order to let Jade True Heavenly Sect know that he did it. This way, Jade True Heavenly Sect's spearhead would be pointed at him and not Eastward Country. The consideration that he showed for Yi Yuan was really very thoughtful. Yi Yuan was well aware that concerning Luo Yunqing valuing him highly, it was actually taking fancy on his ability to refine pills. Ascenders were unable to refine pills. So 5 light heavenly regions heavenly alchemists must be surprisingly rare. Furthermore, being limited by affinity, the standards of the heavenly alchemists there were likely not very good as well. Therefore, that was why a top powerhouse like Luo Yunqing would put his ego aside and converse with him as a peer. Yi Yuan said coolly, I want to know about 5 light heavenly regions matters. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly and started talking tirelessly. It turned out that this region where the 5 great heavenly regions was situated was just a corner of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. It was called Rain-Clear Continent. On Rain-Clear Continent there were originally only 4 great heavenly regions. There was no 5 light heavenly region. Native forces had always kept a high-pressure attitude toward ascenders. Countless ascenders died under the hands of the native forces. The ascenders were naturally unwilling to resign themselves to death. Hence, they joined forces and resisted the native factions. Ascenders had limitless potential. Once they gained a foothold, their strength was very powerful. But ascenders were too scattered and too few compared to native factions. No idea how long had Pa said, how many wars had been experienced, and how many ascenders had died, before they forcefully carved out a piece of heavenly region called 5 Light Heavenly Region. Since then, 5 Light Heavenly Region became one of the 5 Great Heavenly Regions. Chapter 2573, Green Bull Town. Chapter 2573, Green Bull Town. I don't know why you must go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, but if you go now, it's no different from seeking death, Luo Yunqing said coolly. Although the 5 great heavenly regions had existed side by side for a long time, the friction between them had never stopped before. Especially the 5 light heavenly region and the other 4 great heavenly regions, they were practically incompatible like fire and water. Back then, Yen Jade True suddenly emerged, sweeping across True Yang Heavenly Domain. He led Jade True Heavenly Sect to become True Yang Heavenly Domain's #1 great sect. Later, Yen Jade True teamed up with the other 3 great heavenly regions to besiege 5 light heavenly region. That battle was fought until floating corpses spanned 10,000 miles. However, in that era, an even more monstrous genius emerged in the 5 light heavenly region, called Zhuo Bufan. He led the 5 light heavenly region and killed until heaven and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon were without light. Zhuo Bufan even overpowered Yen Jade True and the rest of the 4 great powerhouses with his power alone, and he severely injured his opponents. Since then, the 5 light heavenly region finally stabilized under the pincer attacks of the 4 great heavenly regions. Of course, after this matter, the 5 great heavenly regions suffered a great loss in vitality and entered the stage of recuperation and rest. After Yi Yuan heard, he finally had some understanding of the history of the Rain-Clear Continent. Presumably, the Heavenspan Mountain was seriously damaged after that battle. That was why Yen Jade True would nourish the Heavenspan Mountain with the Heavenspan world as fodder. It was just that what happened later, one had no knowledge of it. But no matter what, the Heavenspan world finally escaped this calamity. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, this matter, consider it that I owe Senior Luo a favor. When I have a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay it. Luo Yunqing appearing at this time was equivalent to saving Yi Yuan's life. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to repay it. After that battle, Jade True Heavenly Sect fell into decline. They naturally hated Ascenders to the bone. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, Getting Brother Ye's promise, this Luo feels overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. My 5 light heavenly region is severely lacking in heavenly alchemist. With Brother Ye's ability, you'll definitely be a big shot in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Luo is too kind. Wonder what's the situation in this 5 light heavenly region? Mentioning this, a hint of melancholy flashed across the corners of Luo Yunqing's eyebrows, and he said, Actually, my 5 light heavenly region situation isn't optimistic at present either. The 5 light heavenly region belongs to 5 great heavenly sects. Originally, under Lord Zhuo's lead, the 5 great heavenly sects pooled their efforts and were of one mind, their strength astonies. Hi+ing. But after that battle, Lord Zhuo also disappeared, and the 5 great heavenly sects were without any leader. None could convince the others, each governing themselves. This Luo belongs to the Western sect, martial secure heavenly sect, in charge of the true Yang heavenly domain. Yi Yuan said, in that case, after I enter 5 light heavenly region, I'll be entering martial secure heavenly sect too? Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, after ordinary ascenders are led over, they don't have the qualifications to join a heavenly sect. They must go through the heavenly sects test before they can become an outer sect disciple. Even more so, most people can only enter subordinate countries. Of course, with Brother Ye's means, these Bursum procedures are naturally not necessary. As he said, Luo Yunqing handed Yi Yuan a green-colored token and said, my martial secure heavenly sect has blue, red, green, and purple, corresponding to 4 levels of protectors, with purple protectors having the highest status. This green wing token represents the ident. 1. Tie of a green wing protector. When you hold this token, your status in martial secure heavenly sect will be second only to this Luo. Yi Yuan took the token rather surprisedly, not expecting Luo Yunqing to actually give him such a high status all of a sudden. No need to think that he also knew that green wing protectors definitely needed the strength of limitless sublime heavenly stratum before it could be granted. But he gave it to him, this lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, many thanks, Senior Luo. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, this Luo has laid low for 10 years and knows much about Brother Yi. I know that this green wing token might be low, but your current cultivation realm is low. It's hard to convince the SES if given too high a status too. This Luo is really looking forward to Brother Yi amazing the world with a single brilliant feat in martial secure heavenly sect. Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry to the borders first. There will be someone there to send you guys into martial secure heavenly sect. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed Luo Yunqing and left. Before departure, the two quietly sneaked into eastward country and fetched Lin Lan away. Green Bull Town, a small town on the borders of True Yang Heavenly Domain and 5 Light Heavenly Region. Yi Yuan 3 people trekked 10,000 miles and finally arrived here after half a year. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had set up many guide points at the borders. Green Bull Town was one of them. Upon entering Green Bull Town, Luo Yunqing's expression suddenly turned dark. Green Bull Town was already a wasteland. Inside the town, there were dead bodies everywhere with heavy casualties. Lord Luo, you finally came back. At this time, a middle-aged man came up to greet them, having a look of excitement when he saw Luo Yunqing. The middle-aged man was covered with wounds all over, looking very miserable. Luo Yunqing frowned and said, Yao Qing, what's going on? Yao Qing complained tearfully, I don't know what's going on either. Many of our guide points were exposed. Lung Dongyu brought a large number of experts and ransacked many of our guide points. We suffered heavy casualties. Just yesterday, a group of experts from Jade True Heavenly Sect suddenly attacked Green Bull Town. Lord Ding Xiao died in battle. Of the several hundred ascenders in the town, the casualties are more than 70%. We can't swallow this insult. Luo Yunqing's gaze gradually turned cold. Yi Yuan felt killing intent from his body. Lung Dongyu, hoo, very good. Luo Yunqing's smile gave everyone a bone-piercing chill. He said to Yao Qing, You gather the remnants of the defeated troops and withdraw to the heavenly sect first. Let me handle the matters here. Yao Qing answered, Yes. Luo Yunqing turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Brother Yi, I was originally planning on sending you back to the sect personally. Looking at it now, it seems like it's impossible. Along the way, Yao Qing will escort you all back to the sect. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior Luo, just go ahead. This Yi isn't so hypocritical. I have some little gimmicks here. They don't have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums, but they might have some effect at critical moments. Senior Luo's trip will be dangerous. Why don't you bring it along? Luo Yunqing was noncommittal toward this, but he could not brush Yi Yuan's face aside. He took them and said, "Then it will be disrespectful for this Luo to decline. After this Luo returns to the sect, I'll have a drink with you. I'm going." His voice had yet to fade when his entire person already turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing. Hearing the two people's conversation, Yao Qing was incredibly shocked in his heart. Lord Luo actually addressed a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his brother. Just what origin was this boy? Yao Qing did not dare to be neglectful and said to Yi Yuan, "This little brother, this Yao will bring you to the resting area first. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Yao. Lin Lan, you follow Brother Yao and see if you can help with anything." Lin Lan bowed and said, "Yes, Master." Yao Qing was taken aback. Looking at Lin Lan strangely, he said in surprise, "You aren't an ascender." Lin Lan said, "This Lin is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Maybe I can be of some help." The moment Yao Qing heard, he was even more surprised. An exalted grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged an ascender as his master? His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of doubts. Just what kind of person was this guy? Chapter 2574. Brought Back to Life. Chapter 2574. Brought Back to Life. During the entire night, Lin Lan became the busiest person in Green Bull Town. Of course, he also became the most respected person. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist treated these ascenders without any airs. These people went from having skepticism at the very beginning to being very respectful later on. "Master Lin, you're really a miracle-working doctor. With just a few moves, most of my internal injuries have healed. Master Lin, without you, don't know how many of us will have to die this time. Master Lin, you hurry up and help me look. I've already waited for a long time." Seeing these looks that wars HI plus pet him, Lin Lan felt very content. He had once held overwhelming power and influence, being far removed from the SSCS and reality. He had once gotten lost in it. Only now did he understand that people only had fear towards him, and had no respect. But now, the ascenders here only had respect towards him, and had no fear. This feeling of being needed by people was great. Furthermore, he increasingly felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. After obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance, his medical skills and alchemy Dao both advanced by leaps and bounds. Only at this time did he understand that what he was playing with in the past was simply child's play. In the past, he felt that the road before his eyes was getting narrower and narrower. But now, he felt that it was a wide path ahead. Squeezing for what? Squeezing for what? Where did this impudent brat come from? Don't you have any civic-mindedness? Keep squeezing. Do you believe that your father will beat you up? At the back, an impatient voice suddenly came over. "This brother, can you excuse me a bit?" Outside Lin Lan's house, it was surrounded until not even water could seep through. Yi Yuan was unable to enter and could only notify the people in front. Duan Tao turned his head and saw Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "Making a row for what? Don't you see that Master Lin is currently treating someone? Want to find him to treat? Go queue up at the back." Yi Yuan was speechless and said, "I'm not here for treatment. I'm here to find Lin Lan." The moment Duan Tao heard, he was even more enraged and said, "Impudent! Is Master Lin's name what you can call? Get lost to one side. If you disturb Master Lin, your father will tear you to shreds." Duan Tao was the boss of this group of ascenders, his strength being the strongest, already reaching the grand completion of lesser sublime heaven realm. The order here was also maintained by him. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to enter without queuing, he was the first to be indignant. Yi Yuan was helpless. Furthermore, he did not want to disturb Lin Lan's treatment either, so he went to one side to wait. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so obedient, Duan Tao smiled coldly and said, "Coward! cutting the queue in front of your big brother Duan, really tired of living. When the rest saw that Yi Yuan was like this, they all responded with a bout of snickering. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, and found a place to stand. This angle could just nice see the scene of Lin Lan's treatment through the crown. No idea how long had passed, said either. Lin Lan finally finished treating everyone before planning on going to find Yi Yuan. Master Lin came out. Quickly make way, Duan Tao hurriedly said. He he, Master Lin's methods have truly attained the acme of perfection, really a divine doctor. I represent Green Bull Town's ascenders to express gratitude to Master Lin, Duan Tao praised with admiration. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Many people were seriously injured and might have kicked the bucket if they did not receive timely treatment. Lin Lan smiled and said, "You're welcome." Duan Tao said, "Master Lin, Lord Yao said that he went to arrange the withdrawal matters, and will come and see you in a while." Lin Lan nodded slightly but walked outside. As soon as he went out, he saw Yi Yuan. Duan Tao saw Yi Yuan too and said with a frown, "Brat, why are you still here? Since you're not injured, go to Lord Yao there to help out, he needs people there. Quickly scram." Finished speaking, he hurriedly explained to Lin Lan, "Master Lin, this boy wanted to jump in line just now, and was chased to one side by me." Duan Tao was currently talking tirelessly, but Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan. He was just about to bow, but he heard Yi Yuan say, "Taiyuan acupoint's technique was 30% too heavy, the divine essence of Tugoing doesn't have a stable enough aura, the quant. 1. Tai of fragrance stopping GRAS. S is slightly over by 5 grams. Yi Yuan said a whole bunch in one breath. At first, everyone was a little confused. But very soon, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was precisely the method and dosage that Lin Lan treated the people with just now. After Duan Tao heard, he could not help snickering as he said, "Brat, who do you think you are, to actually dare teach Master Lin? A measly lesser sublime heavenly stratum is actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Are you crazy? Master Lin, you go first. Let us take care of this fool." Very soon, a series of snickering came from all around. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. This scene was really very comical. However, Yi Yuan ignored them and carried on talking on his own. Duan Tao got impatient and scolded, "Brat, Master Lin won't haggle over it with you and you're showing off? Are you done yet? Do you believe that your father will exterminate you right now?" Duan Tao rolled his sleeves up and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan also just happened to finish talking. Lin Lan gave a bow and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Diligence can make up for your weakness, but your talent is a bit poor. Fortunately, you came to realize the truth in time. Practice more and you will be able to comprehend it." "Yes, Master." Lin Lan bowed piously again. Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. Especially Duan Tao. He froze there very awkwardly. "And Master? What did Master Lin call just now? Did I hear wrongly? What a joke. Master Lin actually acknowledged a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his master. That's right, it must be a joke. Hoo, Master Lin is joking with everyone." The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. They were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan's show. In the end, Lin Lan really bowed. Lin Lan appeared extremely respectful in front of Yi Yuan. Truly unbelievable. But right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The pupils of Duan Tao and the rest shrunk, looking at the arrivals with looks of amazement. "Emma Liang, Du Qian, aren't you guys dead? How did you come back to life again?" Duan Tao said in horror. Yao Qing led a few people and appeared. The crowd burst into an uproar again, because the few people behind Yao Qing were all people who had already been confirmed dead. Furthermore, they were all thrown into the dead people pile. Now, they actually appeared in front of them perfectly well. How could this not be surprising? How is this possible? You guys are actually not dead. Hang on, could it be that you all were refined into puppets by someone? Right, it must be so. When Mal Yang heard this, he could not help saying in a great rage, Jiang Yang, you moron! You're the one who's refined into a puppet. F** King H.E.L.L. I was saved by Master Yi, and yet you actually cursed me to die. Several people arrived in front of Yi Yuan, bowed to the ground and said, We thank Master Yi for your grace of saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in our hearts. Yi Yuan let Lin Lan come here and treat ascenders. So he naturally would not be idle himself. He went to those who were almost dead and could not be saved, and he forcefully saved 4 lives from among them. These 4 people were precisely Mal Yang 4 people. Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. When he saw these few people earlier, he got a big scare too. How were dead people alive again? But only after hearing Mal Yang and the rest did he understand that it turned out they were actually brought back to life by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2575. Bullying People. Chapter 2575. Bullying People. This is a joke, right? You guys have already been confirmed dead at that time. Duan Tao had a look of horror, full of disbelief. Especially Du Qian, he personally inspected him, and he was absolutely deader than dead. How could he possibly come back to life again? Du Qian sneered and said, I thought that I was dead too, but I was saved by Master Yi. Your father's life will be Master Ye's in the future. Mal Yang also said, That's right. Your father is someone who has died once. This life will be sold to Master Yi in the future. The 4 people who were brought back to life made known their attitudes one after another. They all knew how severe their injuries were back then. That was right, it should be said that they were dead men. But Yi Yuan actually had the ability to revive the dead, forcefully dragging them back from King Yama's hall. Duan Tao, this bunch of people looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of amazement, being shocked speechless. They thought that Yi Yuan was an opportunist plus a coward. But they did not expect that he was actually a big shot. Master Lin that they wars. Hi plus Ped was actually Yi Yuan's disciple. If not for seeing with their own eyes, they would not believe it at all. It turns out that Brother Yi is actually a miracle-working doctor. No wonder Lord Luo personally guided you over. Brother Yi master and disciple helped our Green Bull town out a great deal. As Yao Qing said, he gave a bow to Yi Yuan. What? Lord Yao, Lord Luo that you speak of, could it be? Jade-faced swordsman, Lord Luo Yunqing? Duan Tao exclaimed in surprise. Yao Qing nodded and said, Who else is there apart from him? It's actually him. Lord Luo actually came to guide Master Yi personally. This is a great honor. Usually, only some greater sublime heavenly stratums would be sent out to guide these ascenders. A very small number would send out limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. But there were none who could make Luo Yunqing personally guide an ascendator at all. But Yi Yuan could actually make Lord Luo Yunqing as a guide personally. This in itself indicated many problems. Some of these ascenders had already stayed in Green Bull Town for a long time and naturally knew of Luo Yunqing's awe-inspiring reputation. This was a big shot who made even the entire J-True heavenly sect extremely apprehensive. It was extremely hard for them to even see Luo Yunqing once, let alone talk about being guided personally. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Master Yi, please punies. Plus, Duan Tao's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he said respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's not a big deal. No need to mind it. It's getting late. Brother Yao, let's set off. Yao Qing nodded and took a flying boat out of the storage bracelet that he carried on him. The party rode the flying boat and whizzed away. The martial secure heavenly sect, being hidden among 10,000 mountains, had a majestic and grand atmosphere. This place gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there were faint signs of dragons prancing for 10,000 miles. Everyone landed, and they were stunned by the scenery before their eyes. My martial secure heavenly sect is one of 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sections. It's quite a lot stronger than J-True heavenly sect too. However, wanting to stay in the sect, it will have to depend on your talents and strength, Yao Qing said. Lord Yao, Duan Tao's talent is 1 in a million. It's naturally not difficult to enter the heavenly sect, Duan Tao said confidently. Yao Qing could not help laughing as he said, "It's no use for you to boast here to me. Those capable of ascending to the 33 heavens, which one isn't of outstanding talent. But that's also just in your world. The 33 heavens isn't as simple as you think. Just having good talent in small kiliocosms is useless." Duan Tao still did not believe it and was secretly holding it in. The other ascenders naturally did not believe it either. For these people to be able to ascend from small kiliocosms or great trichiliocosms, they all advanced in the midst of slaughter and grew up in the midst of struggle. Each one was of the very best talent. How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these people! How could they believe that they were unable to pass a mere sect assessment? Yao Qing led everyone to a mountain peak in the front range and said to everyone, "The heavenly sect's assessment is once every 10 years. This incident happened suddenly, so we're returning to the heavenly sect early. There's still a year to the sect assessment. This period of time you will be cultivating here. This place is where servants live. Although you all don't need to do miscellaneous chores. Yes, you'll still be subjected to the constraints of the heavenly sect. Of course, if there are those who can't stand it, you can leave the heavenly sect and enter ordinary countries." "Your Excellency, what's there that can't be endured? Isn't it just 1 year? It will pass very quickly," Duan Tao said indifferently. Yao Qing just smiled and did not talk. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, I've arranged a first CLA's residence for you, follow me." Everyone naturally had no objections regarding this. Yao Qing arranged a courtyard for Yi Yuan and had him live with Lin Lan. Settling Yi Yuan down, Yao Qing returned to the sect. He had to report Green Bull Town's matter to the sect. Luo Yunqing left in a hurry and did not have time to hand over many things. Yi Yuan was a stranger in a strange land in martial secure heavenly sect. It was naturally inconvenient to flash his ident. 1. Tai as a protector 2. Everything still had to wait for Luo Yunqing to return before talking. After all, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum taking on the post of the heavenly sect's protector was seriously too outrageous. Yi Yuan was also not some young and inexperienced fledgling. He naturally would not think that the martial secure heavenly sect was an otherworldly paradise. In reality, the way Yi Yuan saw it, 5 light heavenly regions living environment might be even crueler than true yang heavenly domain. After all, ascenders were all people who were decisive in going for the kill. Their personalities were quite different from native powerhouses. What he expected was right. The next day, something happened already. Duan Tao, Maoyang, and the rest all went to find Yi Yuan with bloody noses and swollen faces. One of Duan Tao's legs was actually broken directly, even his bone was poking out. Looking at the few people, Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "The few of you can really cause trouble. Just 1 day and you guys already clashed with those servants?" Duan Tao grimaced in pain and said, "Master Yi, they are bullying people too much." Maoyang also said, "Yeah, that Li Zhuo is unreasonable. He came to find us early this morning, and made us each hand over 30 pieces of heavenly crystals according to the number of people. 1 less piece, break 1 leg. For the few of us, our situation is slightly better, and can still hand it over. But the majority of the people can't take out so many heavenly crystals. Duan Tao was furious and had a quarrel with that Li Zhuo. In the end, it became like this. Yi Yuan asked curiously, those servants shouldn't have reached greater sublime heavenly stratum too, right? Duan Tao, you're at the grand completion greater sublime heaven realm, and yet you're actually not a match? The moment Duan Tao heard, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He only dared to take action because he saw that the other party had strength that was similar to his. But who knew that he did not even survive 3 moves and was crippled? Maoyang said, these servants are really very strong. Duan Tao's strength is the strongest among us. But he was actually crippled in 3 moves. They even said that tomorrow is the deadline. If we can't hand over the heavenly crystals, each person will have 2 legs broken. Yi Yuan nodded and said, for the 5 light heavenly region to be able to forcibly carve out a great heavenly region in the crevice of the 4 great heavenly regions, it's naturally extremely strong. It looks like I also somewhat looked down on the martial secure heavenly sect. Lin Lan, fetch some heavenly crystals for them and let them make do with it a bit tomorrow. Chapter 2576. Beating a dog, one also needed to look at the owner. Chapter 2576. Beating a dog, one also needed to look at the owner. I couldn't tell that you guys have some savings. If you had been so obedient earlier, wouldn't you not need to suffer physical hards? Hi+P anymore? Li Zhuo weighed the heavenly crystals in his hand with a smug expression. Duan Tao and the rest had indignant looks as they said, Li Zhuo, the heavenly crystals have already been given to you. Is it okay now? Li Zhuo smiled and said, brat, broke your leg yesterday, and you're already skipping and jumping about today? Looks like there's someone capable among you guys. Oh right, you all went to Little Cloud Courtyard yesterday, right? Little Cloud Courtyard was Yi Yuan's residence. The expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed, and they said, Li Zhuo, I advise that you'd better not have designs on him. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Li Zhuo laughed loudly when he heard that and said, on Thousand Bird Peak, there is no one that I, Li Zhuo, can't afford to provoke. Just the likes of you guys, these rookies who just ascended, you can also make me can't afford to provoke? Even if his talent is pretty good, staying in Little Cloud Courtyard, he has to grovel for your father obediently too. By the side, a lapdog said smugly, you all probably don't know, Big Brother Zhuo is the inner disciple's, Lord Lu Zhenyuan's, personal servant. It's fine if you guys have never heard of Lord Lu Zhenyuan before. You'll hear his name in the future. You just have to know that Lord Lu Zhenyuan is in existence ranked in the top 3 among inner disciples too. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed greatly. They could not imagine that a puny little servant actually had such a powerful background. Duan Tao they all knew that Yao Qing was an inner disciple. But Yao Qing's ranking among inner disciples was not high. Ranked top 3 among inner disciples, that was absolutely a big shot. Even if they entered the heavenly sect in the future, they had to give Li Zhuo some face too. It was not bragging that he said there was no one he could not afford to provoke. Another lackey said, Lord Lu Zhenyuan treats our big brother, Zhuo, very well. Not only does he impart him with cultivation methods and teach him martial techniques, but he's also even very protective of his own people. Li Zhuo had a smug look as he said, so, you guys understand it? No matter how impressive you all were in the lower realms, you have to tuck your tails between your legs in this place and behave. Putting aside whether or not you all can enter the heavenly sect, even if you enter, you have to start as an outer sect disciple too. How great the disparity between an outer sect disciple and the inner sect's top 3, you all will understand in the future. Since you all came, then those yes from the sect will be done with you all then. The faces of Duan Tao and the rest became black as the bottom of a pot. They finally understood what Yao Qing meant. Enduring a year in this kind of environment was not an easy thing. While talking, Li Zhuo already brought a group of people and headed to Little Cloud Courtyard. The faces of Duan Tao and the rest changed, hurriedly following. Bang! A lackey kicked open Little Cloud Courtyard's gates and yelled, "The punk inside, get out!" While talking, a large group of people poured into Little Cloud Courtyard. But right at this time, a figure flashed, blocking their way. It was precisely Lin Lan. When everyone saw Lin Lan, they could not help turning pale with fright. No one expected that a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard. A lackey said in horror, You're an aboriginal. An aboriginal actually appeared here. You all dared to barge into Little Cloud Courtyard and disturb Master, courting death. Lin Lan said in a solemn voice. And Master? Li Zhuo and the rest exchanged glances, and could not help revealing looks of surprise. To be able to make a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse call Master, what kind of existence did that have to be? Could it be that an incredible big shot was staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard? But why would such an important person stay in Little Cloud Courtyard? Lin Lan, those who barged into the courtyard, break their legs and throw them out. Oh right, remember to loot the heavenly crystals on them. At this time, a voice came from inside. Lin Lan bowed and said, Yes, Master. The moment Li Zhuo heard, he laughed loudly and said, You dare to touch me? I'm Lord Lu Zhenyuan's personal servant. If you dare touch a hair of mine, he definitely won't let you off. Lin Lan rolled his eyes at him and gave a word. Idiot! Bang! 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 Miserable screams rose and ebbed. Those who barged into the courtyard all had their legs broken by Lin Lan and thrown out. The miserable wails sounded continuously. Lin Lan was not courteous either, directly ransacking the heavenly crystals on them cleanly. Not only did he take back the one previously, he even robbed them clean. When Duan Tao and the rest saw it, they were completely stunned. Master Yi was really domineering. Ouch, my legs. You aboriginal, and also the one inside, you guys are dead for sure. Beating a dog, you still need to look at the owner. Lord Lu Zhenyuan won't let you all off. Ouch, quickly carry me away. Pfft. When Duan Tao and the rest heard that, they all burst out laughing. This Li Zhuo was the best to actually compare himself to a dog. It seemed like he got used to being a dog. Li Zhuo was carried away by people while saying fierce words. Came in a threatening manner, but left with broken limbs. Only after seeing Li Zhuo and the rest leave did Duan Tao and the rest swarm in. Master Yi, this matter is blown up. That Lu Zhenyuan is among the inner sect's top 3. Duan Tao said. Master Yi, it's all our fault, causing such a huge problem for you. You rest assured. If that Lu Zhenyuan dares to come, he can step over my corpse. Mao Yang patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, All right, isn't it just the inner sex number 3? Look how it got you all worried. All go back. I have to cultivate. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces speechless. Master Yi was also too reckless, right? That was the inner sex number 3. All go back. Isn't it just the inner sex number 3? You guys are also looking down on Masters means too much. Forget about number 3, even if the inner sex number 1 came, he won't think anything of it too. Lin Lan said nonchalantly. Duan Tao and the rest were speechless. This master and disciple 2 people were indeed cut from the same cloth. Being the inner sex number 3, Lu Zhenyuan's strength was at least an upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse too. He might even be a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Even Lin Lan, this greater sublime heaven powerhouse, was not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth too. This master and disciple 2 people actually did not take him seriously in the slightest. My lord, you have to stand up for this lowly one. Li Zhuo came to Lu Zhenyuan here and wept bitterly. Seeing Li Zhuo's injuries, Lu Zhenyuan also frowned slightly. Li Zhuo's legs were broken. Even if treatment was done, He could probably forget about recovering without spending half a year. The blow was dealt rather viciously. Li Jue, this servant, normally served him very well. He was still very satisfied with Li Jue's service. Beating a dog, one also needed to look at the owner. There was this logic. It hit Li Jue's body, but what it hit was him, this number 3's face. Didn't you say my Lu Zhenyuan's name? Lu Zhenyuan said with a frown. Said it. It was fine when I didn't say it. But when I said it, they were even invigorated. They even said that if Your Excellency went, they would still beat anyway. Li Jue embellished the details. Sure enough, the moment Lu Zhenyuan heard, his brows furrowed even harder. Ho-hoo, he hasn't even entered the heavenly sect yet, and he's domineering until like this. I want to see which God is staying in that little cloud courtyard. Lu Zhenyuan's gaze turned chilly as he said in a cold voice. Chapter 2577. Break the legs, throw out. Chapter 2577. Break the legs, throw out. That's the inner sex number 3, Lu Zhenyuan. He really came. Beating a dog, one also needs to look at the owner. Little Cloud Courtyard beat Li Jue. It's smacking Lu Zhenyuan's face. How can he possibly swallow the insult silently? Little Cloud Courtyard's master is very mysterious. With 2 tigers fighting, I wonder who will win and who will lose. What rubbish! Plus Lu Zhenyuan is a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. How can that guy who hasn't even entered the sect yet possibly be his match? A large group of people went up Thousand Bird Peak, while howling, heading for Little Cloud Courtyard. This lineup caused a great sensation. Thousand Bird Peak's people were virtually all here. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's master was. This guy was too mysterious. Lu Zhenyuan was dressed in blue-white alternating intersect attire, looking elegant and suave, CLA. SSY and natural. This kind of person carried the halo of the main character. Wherever he went, he was the center of everyone's attention. Just one look and you would be able to recognize him in the crowd. There were even some inner disciples who followed to watch the show. Duan Tao and the rest came to inquire, all having worried expressions on their faces. I've already asked around. Lu Zhenyuan's strength is extremely strong. Even though he is only at the grand completion greater sublime heaven realm, even if he encounters a powerhouse who just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he has the strength to fight too. His strength greatly surpasses his cultivation realm in itself. Duan Tao said with a solemn face. Ma Yang's expression flickered indeterminately and he said, what to do about this? No matter how strong Master Yi is, it's also impossible to be Lu Zhenyuan's match. Sigh, it's all our fault. Du Qian gritted his teeth and said, no way. We can't let Lu Zhenyuan deal with Master Yi. Even if he wants to deal with him, he also has to step over our dead bodies. Finished saying, his face revealed a hint of a decisive look. Li Jue was carried over by people, but he had an excited look, his eyes giving off light. How long had it been since he, Li Jue, had been beaten up by someone until like this? The person who beat him had to pay the price. Come men. Kick the door open for me. Li Jue shouted. Bang. A lackey gave a kick and directly busted Little Cloud Courtyard's door open. Li Jue said in a clear voice, the people inside, listen up. The inner sex number 3, Lord Lu Zhenyuan, has arrived in person. Why haven't you all come out to greet in prostration? No one acknowledged him. Lu Zhenyuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very unhappy already. Li Jue already reported his name, but the people inside actually did not even let out a fart. Clearly, they thought nothing of him. Li Jue sneered in his heart. He understood his master too well. Little Cloud Courtyard's master was so arrogant. So his master must already be greatly enraged. The more furious his master was, the more severe the consequences. Impudent! You, a fellow who hasn't even entered the sect yet, why haven't you come out to kneel in prostration after seeing an inner disciple? Li Jue said in a great rage. Behind Lu Zhanyuan, the people all drew a breath of cold air. This little cloud courtyard's master was really too domineering. That was Lu Zhanyuan, but he actually did not even acknowledge him. Sure enough, Lu Zhanyuan's expression became grimmer and grimmer. Even with his back facing everyone, they still felt a massive aura. Being the inner sect's number 3 did not come from boasting. Hey, your esteemed self really has such haughty airs. I, Lu Zhanyuan, came to this puny little 1,000-bird peak, and you actually dare to not come out and greet. No matter who's inside, come out now and kneel down and apologize. Then this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, if this Lu takes action, the severity will be hard to say. Lu Zhanyuan suppressed his fury to his utmost, but everyone could feel his wrath at this time. At this time, a figure walked out of the side room. It was precisely Lin Lan. He said to Lu Zhanyuan coolly, "My master isn't seeing guests leave. He said that no matter who it is, as long as they step into the courtyard, break the legs and throw out. Break the legs, throw out." These words were unbelievably domineering. But it also had to depend on who it was said to. The other party was the inner sect's number 3, Lu Zhanyuan. People looked at Lin Lan like looking at a madman. An inner disciple shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "It's over. Senior apprentice Brother Lu is going to go utterly berserk. This courtyard's master is really a lunatic, to even dare provoke senior apprentice Brother Lu too. Hoo-hoo, he probably doesn't know what kind of existence inner sect's number 3 is. Postured too hard." Another person shook his head and said with a sigh. At this time, Lu Zhanyuan was already beyond furious. Everyone felt that a volcano was about to erupt. Hoo-hoo, is that so? Then today, this Lu will barge into this little cloud courtyard and take a look whether this place is a dragon's lair or tiger's den or not. Lu Zhanyuan laughed from extreme fury. His foot also strode out and stepped into the courtyard. But at this time, several figures suddenly dashed out. "Senior apprentice Brother Lu, if you want to step into the courtyard, step over our dead bodies." The one talking was precisely Ma Liang. "Senior apprentice Brother Lu, I beg you to raise your hand high in mercy. Don't haggle over it with Master Yi." Du Qian also said with a decisive look. No one expected that these few people actually dared to jump out at this time. "Get lost!" Lu Zhanyuan roared. The few people spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and were directly sent flying out. The inner sect's number 3 was utterly terrifying. He did not even make a move. Just based on a sound wave, he sent the grand completion lesser sublime heaven Duan Tao flying. Lu Zhanyuan completely ignored the few people and stepped right into the courtyard. He looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, "This Lu entered now. I want to see just how you break my legs." As he said, he took another step forward and closed in on Lin Lan. Everyone's breathing became ragged. They were all anxious. Not that they were anxious about Lu Zhanyuan's legs being broken, but anxious whether or not he would dismantle Little Cloud Courtyard under his rage. How could breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs be possible? Lu Zhanyuan closed in on Lin Lan step by step. However, Lin Lan did not move a muscle all along, as if he did not have the intention to make a move. "Hoo-hoo, still not making a move? If you still don't make a move, this Lu will be attacking. Once this Lu takes action, it won't be breaking legs so simple," Lu Zhanyuan said with a cold laugh. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. But right at this time, Lu Zhanyuan's footsteps stopped, his eyes becoming wide saucers. That terrifying aura dissipated in an instant. Thud! Lu Zhanyuan fell in front of Lin Lan just like that, twitching nonstop. Twitching and twitching. Lu Zhanyuan's eyes and mouth were askew, his entire person like having an epileptic seizure. It was exactly the same as Zhao Kun back then. Windward topple. It was true that Lu Zhanyuan was strong, but he had not reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum after all. As long as one did not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum, windward topple was an absolute kill. Outside the courtyard, everyone's eyes popped out. Death-like silence. The powerful inner sex number 3, Lu Zhanyuan, was actually spasming? Lin Lan looked at Lu Zhanyuan, who fell to the ground and shook his head and said with a sigh, "Master said to break the legs and throw out. So it means breaking the legs and throwing out. Do you think that Master was joking with you?" Finished speaking, Lin Lan took action, directly breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs. Thud. He casually lifted, directly throwing Lu Zhanyuan out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Everyone shuddered all over as if this sound was knocking on their hearts. Chapter 2578. This lesser sublime heaven is a little impressive. Chapter 2578. This lesser sublime heaven is a little impressive. Be broken. Broken. Really broken? Really broken. Everyone swarmed over to watch Lu Zhanyuan's grand display of invincible might. Who would have thought that the perpetrator had not been seen yet, and Lu Zhanyuan directly had his legs broken and thrown out. Until now, everyone still had not quite come back to their senses. Li Jue, who was by the side, was directly dumbfounded. He thought that Lu Zhanyuan could take revenge for him. Li Jue did not expect that he was so useless. Although he had his legs broken, Lu Zhanyuan was still twitching non-stop, looking very comical. An inner disciple who was experienced and knowledgeable cried out in surprise, "Windward topple! This must be windward topple! I didn't expect that the master of this courtyard actually had such a fierce anesthetic. Furthermore, his method of poisoning is strange and unpredictable. Senior apprentice brother Lu really kicked an iron plate at this place." Somebody asked, "Senior apprentice brother Su, is this windward topple very powerful?" Senior apprentice brother Su gave a cold laugh and said, "Powerful? Ho ho! Under limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's no cure. Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, once inflicted with windward topple, their strength will fall greatly too. How can the level of anesthetic be explained with just powerful? However, this anesthetic is extremely difficult to extract. Even for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists, it's very hard to do it too. Didn't expect that this Little Cloud Courtyard's master actually has it. This person can't be provoked." Finished saying, senior apprentice brother Su gave the courtyard a glance rather warily, turned around and left. The puny little thousand-bird peak became everyone's focal point very quickly. This matter caused a great sensation in the inner sect and outer sect. A fellow who had not even entered the sect yet, his movements and traces being elusive and secretive, actually broke the legs of the inner sect's top 3, Lu Zhanyuan. Of course, Lu Zhanyuan became the laughing stock of the inner sect too. Many inner disciples could not help coming to Little Cloud Courtyard, but no one dared to approach. Windward topple was too formidable. They did not wish to go out spasming. But the more it was so, the more mysterious Little Cloud Courtyard seemed. Little Cloud Courtyard's master had never gone out before. If there was anything, it was also his apprentice doing it on his behalf. When Yao Qing heard about this incident, he was incredibly shocked too. Lu Zhanyuan's prowess, he was deeply aware of it. With his strength, he could not last past 3 moves under Lu Zhanyuan's hands at all. But Lu Zhanyuan actually sucked. Bet at Yiyuan's hands. People were all guessing that Little Cloud Courtyard's master must be a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, or even a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. But only he knew that Yiyuan was merely a lesser sublime heaven, that was all. After this matter, no one dared to provoke Little Cloud Courtyard anymore, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Green Bull Town's ascenders as well. Over the course of a year, there were ascenders being taken to Thousand Bird Peak one after another. On Thousand Bird Peak, it gradually became lively. After the 1-year date was up, it was finally time for the Heavenly Sex assessment. On this day, there were many more pairs of eyes at the entrance of Little Cloud Courtyard. People all wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's owner was. Among them included Lu Zhanyuan. Lu Zhanyuan only recovered after lying on the bed for 3 months. In 5 Light Heavenly region, heavenly pills were extremely precious. In most cases of broken legs, it all relied on self-recovery. Even if Lu Zhanyuan was an inner disciple, he did not dare to consume this kind of healing heavenly pills easily too. Coming out. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Little Cloud Courtyard's door opened. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see clearly what kind of person was coming out. A young man in white robes walked out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Behind him even followed Lin Lan. El Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum? Little Cloud Courtyard's master is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Furthermore, it's even just an upper lesser sublime heaven? In this 1 year, the guy who caused a stir in the entire inner sect is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. No one expected that the master of Little Cloud Courtyard was actually just an summing lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he only broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven not long ago. Lu Zhanyuan was even more stunned. Immediately, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "I actually lost at the hands of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Deep humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation." He had thought of countless possibilities, and even wondered if Little Cloud Courtyard's master was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum expert or not. But they never expected that it was actually a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Swaz. Plus Lu Zhanyuan turned into an afterimage and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. "An ant to dare humiliate me, I'll kill you today." The roar instantly spread all over Thousand Bird Peak. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over. Just this look and Lu Zhanyuan's figure stopped abruptly. This look filled him with fear. That unbearable memory instantly welled up in his heart. His belly full of anger instantly turned into terror. Yi Yuan glanced at him curiously and asked Lin Lan, "Who is he?" With one sentence, everyone fell down. That sentence, "break the legs, throw them out," was still being sung on every peak. This fellow actually did not know who he beat. Too aggravating. Lu Zhanyuan stood there, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Lan said, "A year ago, he said into Little Cloud Courtyard and was brought down by master with windward topple. This disciple broke his legs and threw him out." Yi Yuan had a sudden realization and said, "Oh, it turns out it's him. No wonder he's so angry. Hey, if you're not happy, you're welcome to come to find me to take revenge at any time." Arrogant. Overbearing. He completely thought nothing of the inner sex number 3. This lesser sublime heavenly stratum was a little impressive. Everyone looked at Lu Zhanyuan sympathetically, wanting to see what he would do. Was it taking the risk of having his legs broken again to teach Yi Yuan a lesson, or withdrawing here? Lu Zhanyuan stood there, unable to leave nor stay, Wisconsin ing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He really wanted to make a move, but reason told him that he could not make a move. If he broke his legs, it would take 3 months. Wouldn't he end up as the entire Marshall Secure Heavenly Sex laughingstock again? But, not making a move, he would similarly end up as a laughingstock. Awkward. Not taking revenge anymore? Then I'm leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Finished speaking, he really brought Lin Lan and left just like that. Looking at what? All get lost for me. Lu Zhanyuan's roar came from behind. Not walking very far, Yi Yuan ran into Yao Qing head-on. Hoo, brother Yi, you're really incredible. This 1 year, you were in closed seclusion in Little Cloud Courtyard, oblivious to the outside world. But this martial secure heavenly sect has your legends everywhere. Breaking the legs of the inner sects. Number 3, Senior Apprentice Brother Lu. You've already done an Astonies. H.I.+ing thing before you even entered the heavenly sect. Lord Luo's eyesight is really amazing, Yao Qing said with a big laugh as soon as he met him. He had just finished speaking when he suddenly discovered that the surrounding atmosphere was not quite right. And Yi Yuan was also currently looking at him with a smile without saying a word. Yao Qing was taken aback. Suddenly, he saw Lu Zhanyuan in the distance and was immediately frightened out of his wit. He secretly thought to himself that things were not good. With this, he had offended Senior Apprentice Brother Lu badly. Hoo Yao Qing, you're very good. You are very good. Lu Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and said one sentence, then flew away. Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter face and said, Brother Yi, you've harmed me badly. Yi Yuan had an innocent face as he said, I didn't do anything. Chapter 2579. Talent Testing. Chapter 2579. Talent Testing. On Tianhui Peak, more than 2,000 ascenders were gathered here. Want to talk about the number of ascenders in 10 years, it was naturally much more than this. But among ascenders, there were scanty few who were able to hold on until the arrival of guides. Therefore, in the Ma.S Civ True Yang heavenly domain, only these 2,000 over-ascenders were gathered. On the grandstand halfway up the mountain, several old men were currently whispering to each other. Brother Qin, Jingxian, that Laos was forcefully S.N. A.T.C. head by you the last time. This time, if there are any good saplings, you can't fight with me. Old man Wu, each entrance examination, there are only those few whose affinity meets the standard. Whether or not you can S.N. A.T.C. H depends on your ability. I can't yield on this. You. Good. You old thing, let's not rest until we're dead this time. Hoo. Old man Wu, comparing pill refining, you're still a little lacking. Who asked you to not have our unique skill? That old man Wu was angered until he billowed his beard and glared but was powerless to do anything. The two people talking, one was called Qin Shun, the other was called Wu Chengqiao. The two were both martial secure heavenly sects purple wing protectors, their statuses even a level higher than Luo Yunqing's. No reason other than because the two were grade 3 heavenly alchemists. In 5 light heavenly region, grade 3 heavenly alchemists were extremely scarce talent. Only in martial secure heavenly sect, this kind of major sect, could one see grade 3 heavenly alchemists. The statuses of these two could be seen at a glance. However, grade 3 heavenly alchemists were few, but there were even fewer heavenly alchemist talent. The innate condition of ascenders was seriously too weak. Those who could reach 30-point affinity, this boundary, was even rarer. And 30 points was just the threshold to becoming a heavenly alchemist. Want to reach grade 3 heavenly alchemist, without 50 and above affinity, one could forget about it. The sect A.'s assessment 10 years ago, a genius disciple whose affinity reached 59 appeared, called Wen Jingxian. Her appearance naturally caused a fierce tie-in between these two people. For this, the two almost came to blows. But in the end, Wen Jingxian still chose the aboriginal heavenly alchemist, Qin Shun. This Qin Shun was an aboriginal heavenly alchemist. Martial secure heavenly sect naturally spent a lot of thought and price in order to poach him. At this time, a protector said loudly, You all will pass through that array formation ahead one by one. The array formation will automatically discern your talent. There are 9 apartment I-tude qualifications. Lower inferior is the lowest, upper superior is the highest. If there's anyone among you all who's apt 1. Tude is superior, then congratulations, the sect master will personally accept you as a disciple. Of course, this is virtually impossible. Those who are judged as upper middle and above after pas sing through the array formation can all enter the next round. Or, if your affinity can reach 30 points, you can also enter under the Alchemist Hall. The rest descend the mountain. Now the entrance assessment begins. To ascenders, there were scanty few whose affinity reached 30 points and above. But it was also not absolute. In the lower realms, some people's physiques were special, approaching prenatal physique. Their affinity would reach 30 or more too. And these people's talent in comprehending Tao tend to similarly be outstanding too. Hence, ascender heavenly alchemists were often martial path powerhouses. Furthermore, every few years, some heaven-defying figures would also appear among these ascenders, their affinity very abnormal. Just like the Wen Jingxian in the previous period, her affinity even reached a terrifying 59 points. Even many native heavenly alchemists were not as high as her too. This kind of person could be said to be the darling of heaven, and this sort of people often did not cultivate in the lower realms for a long time, virtually cruise. Hi+ing all the way and ascending to the 33 heavens. Of course, a monstrous genius like Wen Jingxian was extremely rare. It was also precisely because of this that Qin Shun had always treated her as a treasure. One had to know, Qin Shun's own affinity was also merely 56 points. I'll go first. A burly man took the lead to step out of the ranks. This burly man held 2 axes in his hands and did not deliberately deploy, but the show and strength was extremely shocking. One look and it was clear that he was not to be trifled with. He arrived in front of the array formation and said with a chuckle, "Your father's 2 axes slaughtered until the void G.O.D. world's sun and moon dimmed. Arriving at grand bright jade complete heaven, I'll also kill G.O.D.S. if G.O.D.S. block, and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. My apartment Tude has to be high level no matter what, right?" The group of ascenders nodded their heads one after another. This burly man gave people a strong deterrent at a glance. He was definitely not to be trifled with. If his apartment too did not reach high level, it would not be justified. But that protector gave an enigmatic smile. The burly man was also not long-winded, directly entering the array formation. The grand array lit up, emitting rays of light. Testing the apartment Tude was very fast. In just less than 10 breaths of time, the big man was out. After coming up, he looked at the light screen in front of the grand array with a look of antic. 1p Asian 2. Very soon, a row of words appeared on the light screen. Tao Physique, Postnatal Tao Physique. Apartment Tude, Upper Inferior. Affinity, 17. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can your father's apartment Tude possibly be so bad? There must be something wrong with this array formation. The burly man said with a look of disbelief. That protector said coolly, regardless whether you came from a great trichiliocosm or small chiliocosm, that place is a completely different level of plane from the 33 heavens. Here, no matter how powerful you were before, it's all useless. You might still not be able to differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority among yourselves yet. But once you enter the heavenly sect, the gap will soon be widened. Even if you're not willing to admit it, it won't do either. Alright, descend the mountain. The burly man gritted his teeth and said, "Your father isn't convinced. There must be something wrong with this array formation." The protector did not get angry. Clearly, he had encountered this kind of situation too often. He just smiled slightly and said, "Yun Qing, you go." At this time, a young man dressed in outer sect disciple attire floated down and arrived in front of the burly man. The protector said coolly, "He entered the heavenly sect 10 years ago. His talent is only upper middle. His current realm is also only middle lesser sublime heaven. You're a minor realm higher than him. If you can beat him, there's no harm in accepting you into the sect too." The burly man's gaze turned sharp and he said with a chuckle, "This is what you said." The protector nodded lightly and said, "I said it." The burly man looked at Yun Qing, like a tiger looking at a baby. He chuckled and said, "This senior apprentice brother, if I hurt you anywhere, don't blame me." Yun Qing smiled slightly and said, "Feel free to make a move." Whose H plus his voice had yet to fade and the axe already chopped out. That momentum felt like he was going to split the earth in half. The ascenders were all gloating over others' misfortune, thinking to themselves that this protector was really funny. Which of them had not experienced many battles? How could they be leapfrogged in cultivation realm and be defeated? Clank! Yun Qing's sword came out of its sheath and actually clashed head-on with that terrifying axe. What was even more frightening was that he actually caught it deftly. Everyone had stunned faces. So strong. The following battle made all of the ascenders' jaws drop. When the burly man's one move was defeated, he was completely suppressed by Yun Qing. 10 moves later, signs of defeat already appeared. With 13 moves and the axes were directly sent flying. The burly man lost. How could this be? That Yun Qing is actually so strong. I've fought with that burly man before, he's extremely strong. He actually only lasted 13 moves. Could it be that this is the difference in talent? Each and every one of the ascenders was in disbelief. Chapter 2580. Whole audience bursting into laughter. Chapter 2580. Whole audience bursting into laughter. Now, is there still any problem? If there isn't, continue. The protector said coolly. What problem could there still be? Already being leapfrogged by someone and defeated. Having any more problems was making trouble out of nothing. In the crowd, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. That Yun Qing's strength was indeed ridiculously strong. If in the same realm, Yi Yuan had to expend some effort to win him too. Of course, Yi Yuan broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven now. Beating him was as easy as blowing off dust. But he also saw through that the good and bad of this apartment I-tude did not seem to have much to do with cultivation realm. Without objections, the testings at the back would go much smoother. But with close to 100 people went up in a row, only a scanty few 5 people pass, said the assessment. This ratio made everyone take a beating. The apartment I-tude that the array formation tested, the vast majority was lower middle or upper inferior. Even average was very few. Qing Qian, prenatal grade 3 lightning spirit Dao physique, lower superior apartment I-tude, affinity 35 points, Pa S. Suddenly, the protector shouted. A superior apartment I-tude suddenly appeared. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. Even the protectors on the grandstand could not quite hold themselves back too. Prenatal Dao physiques were different from postnatal Dao physique. The cultivation speed was extremely fast and the comprehension of rules was also much stronger than postnatal. Finally, that Qing Qian was taken in as a disciple by a purple wing protector, directly becoming an inner disciple. This scene also aroused the envy of many ascenders. Later, more and more disciples Paas said. An upper-middle apartment I-tude grade 4 prenatal Dao physique even appeared among them, causing a bout of SN. ATC Hing. Mu Yun, innate grade 5 elements Dao physique, apartment I-tude upper superior, affinity, 60 points. The protector looked at the light screen and could not help being in a daze. He also did not expect that such a heaven-defying disciple would actually appear. This time, no one from the protectors on the grandstand came out to SN. ATC 8, because they all knew that this Mu Yun no longer belonged to them. Mu Yun looked at the light screen, a little smugness could not help surfacing on his face. He swept across all the way in the lower realms, reaching heavenly stratum. Now, he still laughed proudly among heroes. The protector said, Mu Yun, you come to my side. I'll send someone to report to the sect master about your apartment I-tude. Yes. Mu Yun answered and stood beside the protector, overlooking the ascenders below. At this time, he already soared to the sky with one bound. The people below were all ants. Those ascenders looked up to Mu Yun and actually somewhat felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Next, the protector said, "Let me try." Yi Yuan suddenly stepped out of the ranks and said, "It's him. Little Cloud Courtyard's master. I'm really curious, the guy who could devastate the inner sect's top 3, wonder how his apartment I2'd is. Being able to enter Little Cloud Courtyard, his status is extraordinary to begin with. Heard that he was personally guided by Lord Luo Yunqing. I guess that it's at least middle superior apartment I2'd too." The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a great sensation. Even the protectors felt rather baffled too. They rarely intervened in the compet. 1. Tie-in between disciples. As long as there were no deaths, they normally would not care. So he did not know why Yi Yuan's appearance would cause such a big stir. Lu Zhanyuan suddenly came beside the protector and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Mo, if he fails the assessment, I'll execute him." Lu Zhanyuan was the personal disciple of a Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, so he was in the same generation as Protector Mo, and addressed each other and senior and junior apprentice brothers. Protector Mo looked at Lu Zhanyuan with some surprise. Seeing Lu Zhanyuan's murderous gaze, he understood something. He nodded and said, "Can?" These words did not shun away from those ascenders. Everyone heard it. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. The matter previously was just a dispute caused by personal feelings. Yi Yuan made Lin Lan take action and also showed mercy. But now Lu Zhanyuan wanted to kill him so outrageously without any scruples. The nature was different. Lu Zhanyuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, you'd best pray that your apartment I2'd is enough. Otherwise, the humiliation that you gave me needs to be repaid with death." Yao Qing's expression changed greatly when he heard that and said to Protector Mo with clasped hands, "Protector Mo, Yi Yuan was personally led over by Lord Luo." Protector Mo's expression changed, but he shook his head immediately and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Luo probably just did it conveniently. This can't be taken seriously. A mere lesser sublime heavenly stratum isn't sufficient to make him serious yet. Not entering the sect, junior apprentice Brother Lu isn't subjected to the sect's rules. He can naturally kill people." This, Yao Qing was directly choked to death. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, just pray that your apartment I2'd is sufficient then." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "He wants to kill me, then if I kill him?" Protector Mo's gaze turned sharp and he could not help laughing as he said, "This joke isn't funny at all. He's not joking. I'm not his match. However, this guy is too despicable. He used poison to deal with me, it's impossible to guard against." Lu Zhanyuan's face turned red as he quibbled. Protector Mo was taken aback when he heard it, thinking to himself how strong a poison could a lesser sublime heavenly stratum use? Lu Zhanyuan said viciously, "Therefore, I specially went to invite senior apprentice Brother Han to do it on my behalf." The senior apprentice Brother Han that Lu Zhanyuan spoke of was a Red-Wing Protector, Lu Zhanyuan's fellow senior apprentice brother. Protector Mo became somewhat curious, just what peculiar aspects did this Yi Yuan have? No matter what, wait until after he passes through the array formation before talking, Protector Mo said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and stepped into the array formation. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan walked out of the array formation. Very soon, the light screen displayed his apartment I2'd. Then, the whole audience was deathly silent. Yi Yuan looked at the words on the light screen and could not help smiling bitterly. Sure enough, as he expected. Dao Physique, none. Apartment I2'd, lower inferior. Affinity, 4 points. Dao Physique, apartment I2'd affinity, everything was the worst out of all present. Not one of terrible until it made one's hair stand on end. The others, the worst was also middle inferior. But he was lower inferior apartment I-tude. Actually, Yi Yuan was mentally prepared before. His background was seriously too lousy. Suddenly, bursts of laughter erupted from the crowd. Many people even tear up from laughing. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. I'm really dying of laughter. This guy is actually lousy to such an extent. I didn't expect that senior apprentice brother Luo also has times when he makes an error of judgment. Lu Zhanyuan immediately burst out laughing when he saw this sight. He laughed himself into fits, even tears came out. This apartment I-tude was really the worst in history. He was still worried previously. Yi Yuan being able to be regarded highly by Luo Yunqing, he reckoned that his apartment I-tude would be high. But now it was not a problem of whether it met the standards or not, but a question of how ridiculous it was. It's really killing me. I didn't expect that among ascenders, there's actually someone with such a poor apartment I-tude. Ha ha, to think that I thought that he was an expert who kept to his own counsel, didn't expect that it's actually terrible until like this. This guy pretended to be mysterious. Actually, he's afraid of losing face, right? This talent is really incredible. Even those ascenders who were eliminated also jeered at Yi Yuan endlessly. This kind of apartment I-tude was not on the same level as them at all. Chapter 2581. Let me try too. Chapter 2581. Let me try too. In an instant, the mysterious image that Yi Yuan had built in a year collapsed with a boom. Even Lin Lan had a shocked expression on his face too. He thought that Yi Yuan, this kind of heaven-defying figure, his apartment I-tude should be the very best. He did not expect that it was actually terrible until like this. But he was different from the rest. He did not think that Yi Yuan was ridiculous, but was unbelievably shocked in his heart instead. Someone who such a poor apartment I-tude could actually ascend to the 33 heavens. Furthermore, after ascending, he could still be so heaven-defying. Just what did he rely on? Lin Lan was very certain that Yi Yuan definitely would not stop at his present cultivation realm strength. His future was very bright. Facing this tsunami-like ridiculing, Yi Yuan was very calm. He had never cared about other people's gazes, and also never felt that apartment I-tude could mean anything. The apartment I-tude that this array formation tested was a test of the body's conditions. This kind of apartment I-tude was external, it was natural. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated to grand completion rank 9, it could not change too. But the array formation was unable to pry into some intrinsic things, such as comprehension ability, such as willpower. In Yi Yuan's view, this was more important than apartment I-tude. Moreover, Yi Yuan discovered that apartment I-tude was not unchangeable. Didn't his affinity grow? As long as his alchemy path strength improved, his affinity might be able to grow to 50 or 60 in the future. Alright, finished laughing too. But it's also time to settle our scores. Senior apprentice Brother Han, I'll have to trouble you to do it. After laughing, Lu Zhenyuan's gaze turned cold as he said. Han Qianyuan smiled and said, Junior apprentice Brother Lu, making me kill such a person, I'm afraid that after today, I'll become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly sect too. He, Han Qianyuan, was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, a dignified Red Wing protector. He was actually killing the guy with the worst apartment I-tude in history. No matter how one looked, it was somewhat degrading himself. Skydu Jade Pith Lu Zhenyuan's face turned red again and he said, Senior apprentice Brother Han, although this boy's apartment I-tude is extremely poor, his ability in poisoning isn't weak. I reckon that he should have obtained some poison path inheritance after ascending. Senior apprentice brother, kill him and I'll give you that bottle of Skydu Jade Pith. Han Qianyun's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, This is what you said. Skydew Jade Pith was a prenatal item, being extremely precious. It had a great effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses too. It could be said that Lu Zhanyuan put forth a huge blood capital in order to kill Yi Yuan. I said it. Lu Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and said. Han Qianyun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Boy, a trash like you, I was originally disdainful to take action. But, for the sake of the Skydew Jade Pith, I can only take action. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Protector Mo and said coolly, You let that burly man test his skills, can you let me test it too? Protector Mo could not help laughing as he said, Boy, stop struggling. He can't do it, less of all you. Just now, Yunqing merely used 50% strength. What? Only used 50%? When the Ascenders heard this, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared with their mouths agape. An outer sect disciple cultivated for 10 years, only used 50% strength, and jumped realms to defeat the burly man. This disparity was too great. I wasn't talking about him, but him. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and pointed at Lu Zhanyuan and said smilingly, What? He wants to challenge Lu Zhanyuan? This guy is mad, right? Who does he think he is? A guy whose apartment attitude is terrible until not even his parents love him, actually wants to challenge the inner sex number 3? The moment Yi Yuan spoke, everyone directly exploded. The current Yi Yuan was an ant on the ground in their eyes, while Lu Zhanyuan was a flood dragon in the sky. These two people were not in the same world at all. But now, the ant wanted to challenge the flood dragon? Was this guy being funny? Lu Zhanyuan was also stunned for a long time before he could not help laughing as he said, Boy, your apartment eyes. Toot is bad, is your brain spoiled too? Or is it that you want to use windward topple to paralyze me? Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, I won't use poison. You just need to suppress your cultivation realm to the same level as mine. Lu Zhanyuan could not help laughing as he said, Boy, do you know who you're challenging? Forget about suppressing to the same as yours. Even if I suppress to lower lesser sublime heaven, I can wreck you too. Of course, you're not allowed to use poison. Who was Lu Zhanyuan? He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple, the inner sex top 3 super powerhouse. Now, he was actually being challenged by an ant. He felt that his dignity was challenged. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, In that case you agree? Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you this opportunity. Let's have a life and death match. How about it? When Protector Mo and Han Qianyun heard that, they both smiled. Even on the Ascenders this side, there were roaring peals of laughter too. Yi Yuan's words at this time sounded like a deathbed struggle. Lu Zhanyuan also smiled very brightly. Okay. As long as you don't use poison, so what if I agree with you? Just based on your lower inferior apartment attitude, can you still stir any waves? Lu Zhanyuan jumped right down and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. A great battle was about to start. Yi Yuan's action was a death-seeking behavior in everyone's eyes. Even if he suppressed his cultivation realm, the inner sex top 3 could absolutely sweep away lesser sublime heavenly stratums too. Protector Mo looked at Han Qianyun and said with a smile, The Skydew Jade Pith that reached your hands flew away. Han Qianyun also smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Lu is a rarely seen prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique. His strength can virtually insta-kill same ranks. Only Su Lingfei and Zheng Qiafei, those two freakish Dao physiques, can barely manage to suppress him a notch. Master shows favoritism toward him. If he wants to kill with his own hands, how can I stop him? Protector Mo smiled and said, Then you guess how many moves can that boy last? Han Qianyun laughed in spite of himself and said, How many moves? Isn't it insta-kill? Invincible in the same rank isn't said for fun. Furthermore, suppressing his realm, junior apprentice brother Lu's comprehension of rules isn't what an ant can compare to. This battle is without the slightest suspense. Protector Mo smiled and said, True. Really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. Didn't he see Yun Qing and that burly man's fight at all? He's already significantly lacking when compared to that burly man. How can he compare to junior apprentice Brother Liu? On this side, Yi Yuan said to Yao Qing, Brother Yao, borrow your sword to use. Yao Qing threw the sword over and said with a frown, Brother Yi, you're too reckless. Windward Topple is powerful, that's why he'd be wary of you. Now that you've tied your own hands and legs up, what will you use to fight with senior apprentice Brother Liu? If something were to happen, how do I explain to Lord Luo? Yi Yuan caught the sword and said with a smile, If I die in battle, so many people can prove that I brought about my own destruction, why would Senior Luo blame you? Alright, no need to worry. Who you should be worried about is that fellow. If I kill him, I reckon that the entire sect will be shaken, right? Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha, brat, I discovered that you really have the talent for comedy. You? Kill me? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right, kill you. Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly and said, This is the funniest joke that I've heard in my lifetime. Finished speaking, the moment his aura released, it crushed over toward Yi Yuan like a blazing sun. Chapter 2582. Great Tao Returning to One. Chapter 2582. Great Tao Returning to One. So strong. This is the rule of Yang. It can be said to be half of the power of the world. This power completely crushes those of the same rank. Although Lu Zhanyuan suppressed his realm to upper lesser sublime heaven, his strength can probably sweep across lesser sublime heavens, right? Not on the same level at all. That Yun Qing is simply weak like a child in front of Lu Zhanyuan. The moment Lu Zhanyuan made his move, it immediately evoked a series of exclamations. Compared to Yun Qing, Lu Zhanyuan was like a tumultuous violent wave, while Yun Qing was just a little trickle. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Lu Zhanyuan's sun rule was peerlessly domineering. Great trichiliocosm Sun Yang Palm. Unleash. Plussing a palm, it was as if a world was fired over, being unbelievably terrifying. Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, being composed and collected, and he uttered coolly, Universe. The moment the domain formed, there was no weakness to exploit. Boom. The two clashed and were actually evenly matched. Dual polarity. 4 symbols. 6 unity. 8 diagrams. Yi Yuan's sword art was akin to raging river waters, stretching long and unbroken. The changes in the sword art also contained the maxim of Great Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 begets myriad life. The beginning had come again, with endless variations. No matter how fierce and domineering Lu Zhanyuan, was, he could only fight with Yi Yuan until they were evenly matched in strength. Those people mocking Yi Yuan were long already dumbfounded. The originally one-sided battle actually fought until they were locked in battle. Yi Yuan's sword Tao was ever-changing, suave and carefree, elusive and unpredictable. How can he be so strong? That's the inner sex number 3, prenatal grade 5 Sun Tao physique. A trash can actually comprehend sword Tao to such a realm? Truly inconceivable. No Tao physique, lower inferior apartment etude, this entrance assessment is simply a joke. This was really gaining worldwide fame and success in one battle. Yi Yuan's sword art that was impregnable truly exhibited sword Tao to the extreme. His sword Tao did not oppress people by force and was also merely at the first level of sword Tao rule. But his application of sword Tao reached the acme of perfection, a realm that took people's breath away in astonishment. Ingenuity in varying tactics depended on mother wit. Therefore, even when facing the powerful Lu Zhanyuan, he still did not show the slightest signs of defeat. Protector Mo and Han Qianyun, two people, were dumbstruck with amazement from watching. Is Is this guy really of lower inferior apartment I-tude? This sword art is likely not beneath Luo Yunqing already, right? Protector Mo said in surprise. More than just not beneath him. If Luo Yunqing suppressed his realm, I'm afraid that he isn't this person's match. Strange, could it be that this assessment grand array is actually spoiled? This guy is really a genius? Han Qianyun similarly said in surprise. Seeing Yi Yuan's breathtaking performance, many people had the idea that the grand array was broken. Protector Mo said, at this time, it's not good for junior apprentice Brother Lu. That boy is too stable. Han Qianyun recovered from the surprise and said smilingly, no need to worry. Junior apprentice Brother Lu, he isn't so easy to deal with. He has already comprehended that move. Protector Mo said in surprise, you're talking about birthing Yin from extreme yang? Han Qianyun smiled and said, what else can there be? Protector Mo said in shock, if he comprehended this move, then that brat will be in danger. Junior apprentice Brother Lu is probably going to employ a killer move. Sure enough, right at this moment, Lu Zhanyuan gave an angry yell, the imposing aura on his body skyrocketing. Terrific lad, I underestimated you. Your ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger is very good. But it ends here. My prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique isn't a joke. Lu Zhanyuan gave a loud cry and said, watch out. Extreme Yang birth scene. Grand Heaven Yang melancholy cloud hand. Extreme Yang was not scary. What was scary was Extreme Yang birthing Yin. This was the same logic as extreme toughness birthing softness. It was just that this rule of sun power was GO. D knows how many times higher level than extreme toughness birthing softness. Once this move was unleashed, the power increased by more than 10 times. No matter how perfect Yi Yuan's swordsman's HI plus P was, it was also impossible to block this kind of powerful strength. A shame, this move is too strong. Yi Yuan probably won't be able to block it. This person is too arrogant, insisting on offending the inner sex number 3. Otherwise, with his strength, the sect will definitely want him. Challenging an upper superior apartment I-tude with a lower inferior apartment I-tude, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud too. When many people saw Lu Zhanyuan's move, they could not help sighing. Yi Yuan's combat power made them have a feeling of rising phoenix-like from the ashes. It let them see hope too. It was just that this life-and-death fight was ultimately still Lu Zhanyuan who won. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coolly and said, Extreme Yang birthing Yin only carries a trace of the power of Extreme Yin, that's all. You're still too far away from Yin-Yang harmony. Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe forming naturally. 8 diagrams. 6 unity. 4 symbols. Dual polarity. Uni-verse. Originally, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from simple to complex, incomparably gorgeous. But now, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from complex to simple, returning to one's original simplicity, returning to universe again. This process was not a process of regression, but contained the maxim of great Tao. Going from simple to complex, deriving myriad life. Going from complex to simple, great Tao returning to one. Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe formed naturally. Sword Tao was also a great Tao that developed heaven and earth. The power in this increased exponentially. Even if a greater sublime heavenly stratum was here, they might not be able to block this strike of Yi Yuan's too. On the grandstands, the group of protectors suddenly stood up, looking at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. Impressive. This boy's comprehension ability is absolutely seldom seen in the world. Inoculating great Tao with sword Tao, this sword Tao should be his own comprehension. Universe forming naturally, mowing down all resistance. Sigh. Lu Zhanyuan's comprehension of Tao can't compare to Yi Yuan's even if he whips his horse. The disparity. The disparity. People who understood the sword could see through the sharpness of this sword with one glance. Going from simple to complex, many people could do it. But the power of going from complex to simple was tremendous. The difficulty also increased exponentially. Without an extremely deep understanding of Tao, there was no way of using this move at all. Only to see Yi Yuan unleash a sword, the fierceness of this sword directly split the force of the grand heaven-yang melancholy cloud hand and landed on Lu Zhanyuan's body. Pfft! Lu Zhanyuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. He was defeated. However, it was not over. This was a life-and-death battle. Yi Yuan did not stop, the long sword following like a shadow, following right after. Lu Zhanyuan's expression changed wildly, a feeling of danger welling up in his heart. It was just that he was already injured at this time and could only forcefully resist it. Boom! Another sword. Lu Zhanyuan was directly sent flying. If not for him being a major cultivation realm higher, his divine essence incomparably thick, that sword previously would have already taken his life. It was just that Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him go, each sword faster than the last. Lu Zhanyuan was pushed to his limit and his heart was burning with anxiety. Boom! He did not hesitate in the slightest, instantly unlocking all of his strength, and he roared angrily, "D-A-M-N thing, I'm going to kill you!" The current Lu Zhanyuan had already completely fallen into a rampage. He did not expect that he actually lost to a lower inferior apartment I2'd trash in a fair fight. He could not accept this result.